not afraid to oppose Gachagua at Mount Kenya area meetings after he openly spoke against their wishes.
Naambiwa ati ile ninasemea Western na Rift Valley nije nisemee hapa kwa mlima. Leo nilisema nimetoka Laikipia, iko mlima Kenya. Niko hapa Meru, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda Nyeri, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda Murang'a, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda kwetu Kiambu, iko mlima Kenya. Na nitaambia watu wetu tusikubali siasa za kututenganisha na Wakenya wengine.
Last week, Gachagua asked Mount Kenya leaders who oppose him to discuss their issue within the region and avoid speaking of such issues outside.
Listen to the ground. And leaders of this region who want to fight unity, don't speak in Western. Don't speak in Rift Valley. Come and speak here. If you think this unity is a bad thing for the Mount Kenya region or is tribalism the way I'm hearing, don't speak outside there. Kuja ita mkutano hapa Mkuruile, useme hii umoja ya Mount Kenya ni ukabila.
That being said, the political tension witnessed in the UDA party is now expected to be seen in Parliament during the debate on the Finance Bill for the year 2024-2025. Speaking at the prayer event of the Akureno Church led by the President in Nakuru County, Gachagua's companion, who is also the Governor of Nyeri, Mutahi Kahiga, has clearly mentioned that some MPs in the Mount Kenya region do not support the proposals to increase taxes despite being members of UDA.
Hao watu wasiwadanganye. Hiyo finance bill mnaongea ati mtaongeza tax. Hawa mnaona hawa. Wasiwadanganye na msidanganye finance bill chini. Kwa nini sasa mnataka haya magari na hamkununulia mtu muanze kuchukua pesa? Alafu mnatuambia tusinyamaze, tusiseme nini? We will speak.
Well, let's look out for that debate tomorrow. The Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu, has ignored the tax estimate that the government aims to collect in the financial year 2024-2025. In the report she presented to the Budget Committee in the National Assembly, Gathungu said that the estimate is what puts pressure on the government to borrow when it fails to collect funds according to the estimate. Gathungu has used the example of the financial year 2023-2024, where the government aimed to collect 2.62 trillion shillings, while 3 months before the end of the financial year, it had only collected 1.59 trillion shillings, which is 60% by March this year. According to the previously prepared report, the Tax Collection Authority needed to collect, that is KRA, a total of 1.04 trillion shillings in a period of 3 months in order to reach the target, which Gathungu estimated would not be possible. Last week, the chairman of the Budget Committee, Ndindi Nyoro, admitted that the government sets very high targets in order to be under pressure to collect more funds. This even comes as the government is now targeting 2.95 trillion shillings in the financial year 2024-2025 in a budget of 3.9 trillion shillings.
We always set our targets based on our norms, and therefore our revenue targets, Honorable Speaker, sometime conform with our norm of being optimistic, but then close to the close of the financial year, then we realized we needed to moderate our optimism towards realism, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we are descending from the previous figure by 24 billion in the reality of the fact that the estimates in terms of revenue that we had at the beginning of the year were a bit optimistic.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nairobi Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
The baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa na uza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Monday. All right, what's happening where you are this morning as you're coming off of the Thika Superhighway? I don't think much is happening in terms of traffic. Just a little bit as we're seeing it coming through towards Survey and then through towards the Pangani Underpass. And also, let's take a look at what's happening coming out of Westlands on Waiaki Way today. Not much building as you're coming through towards the CBD. All right, coming off Mombasa, it also doesn't look too bad. Just going to see what Monday morning turns out to be. How about we talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How you doing? Happy Monday. It's the 10th of June, 2024. Ndu?
Huh?
Mambo vipi?
It's today the 10th. It's actually the 10th. My word.
Imagine.
It's gone. My head still on 7th?
Huh? Hey. Your head is on 7th. Why?
I don't know. Oh my goodness, today's actually the 10th. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 10th, Bwana. Just like that.
Shockaroo on you.
Yeah. Huh?
Niko poa
Otherwise,
lakini.
mimi niko fiti. Mambo hapana mbaya. Tunasonga mbele.
Amina.
Shukuru Mungu. Kwa mambo mengi.
Amen.
Yes. How was your weekend?
It was all right. Yeah.
You enjoyed?
Yeah, it was easy. Not much. But, you know, just chilling.
Chilling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Oh. I see every socialite was going for the American independence celebrations.
Why are they celebrating the independence early?
I don't know. I was asking myself that question.
Yeah.
Why the 8th of June
As
for the
opposed to
4th of July?
Yeah, it's really strange.
The 4th of July celebrations in June.
Why though?
I don't know.
Are
I
they
didn't
not going
get
to
it.
be around? Is America moving? Or have they
I was like,
decided that June 8th
I didn't
sounds
get
better?
it.
I don't understand. Okay.
I didn't get it.
It's a bit strange.
Kaudo funny.
It was what?
Kaudo funny.
Kaudo. What's that?
Somehow funny.
Oh, kaudo is actually a word. Okay. The cold weather is kicking in. It's, I think someone's
My
starting to record.
friend.
Yeah. it's
Maybe
coming
that's
in.
why.
It's fantastic.
The weather is so cold, they thought we're in July.
They thought. But they have already told us that this is going to be one of the coldest years. This 2024 winter Kenya is going to be one of the coldest. You see, everything has been happening in extremes. Have you noticed? Floods did the thing, etc., etc. Even now, the cold.
It's going to be colder than
coldest. It's going to be for a longer period, and it's going to be intense. I personally can't wait, but I can understand why.
But no, it's too cold. City.
Yes.
Otherwise.
Mazee, mimi niko tu at least.
Unasikia baridi?
It's not just cold. Even this seat is cold.
Everything is just.
You plonk your rear on it, and suddenly a certain cold sensation. It's not good. It's cold.
Friend. It's baridi sana. How was your journey last week?
My journey was eventful. Many things came to mind as I was traveling towards Marsabit. Many things. One was the idea of a legacy. People along the way, because you stop and you talk to people, and what they tell you and what it is that the road has done, and then you also notice just how underdeveloped very many parts of this country are. Just literally, people as traditional as when the earth was formed. Okay. Children who should be in school herding camels or goats or sheep along the road or cows. Okay, tuache hiyo. But get into Marsabit. Two things. One, how leadership can actually determine the path of their people. Leader after leader who came for that funeral service spoke about peace. Literally all the MCAs were there. MPs bar probably a few were there. And you know how you're sitting, it hits you, but these people represent different communities who are warring against each other, and they're now here seated and they're talking peace. But then the thing that hit me the most was how families are constructed there. You'll find one family, one half is Christian, the other is Muslim.
Oh, wow, interesting.
Yes. And they even joke about it, say, so and so.
These are the Christians.
Yeah, this guy, no, someone is talking and he's being told by the MC, but you're talking like a Muslim. So you were once a Christian. Said, in fact, yes, my name was Andrew. Says,
and then I converted.
I converted. But and then it's a story you see. And by the way, they are so at ease with it. It is just normal. It's a non-issue. This is my cousin. He's called John. Oh, this is my other cousin, who is his first cousin also, Adija. Normal. You actually get this feeling that the problems that we have are often induced and created by others.
They are.
For their own end.
They are.
Because you hear of division and then you're actually there and you're seeing, yes, there was a problem, but it's being dealt with. And they're determined that that problem cannot recur again. It was fascinating.
How cyclical is that determination? So now that we are in 2024,
yes,
there is that feeling of, hope and determination that this shall not recur.
Yes.
Just 2 years ago,
yes,
there was an escalation of violence
and people
died.
Yes, they did.
2 years from now, how's it going to be like?
That is what
in 2026, as we get into 2027, into another election cycle.
And you have asked a very pertinent question. Because what is going to happen if I'm to talk about that county? The change of guard is imminent because the governor has already had his 2 terms.
Right.
So there's going to be somebody else.
Right.
So again, you're right. When people now start campaigning for that seat, what is it that we're going to see? How are we going to see it playing out? And it's an interesting question that you ask.
Man.
But the legacy issue struck me. That road, people tell you how Isiolo, to Laisamis, not to Ninio, could take you 3 hours.
Just Isiolo Laisamis.
The road was completely off-road. Barely 100 kilometers.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Thereabout. But then that is the road to Ethiopia. You see now, Ndu and I were talking about it, revisionism. How your term ends, and then, it is we keep saying when leaders have left their positions, when we look at them, that revision of, okay, what sort of term was it? And they talk and say Kibaki. But when you travel along that road, you like drive about, so you know it. Let me tell you, you need to drive along that thicker super highway on a weekend to see just how wonderful it is. To actually, forget when it's actually choker-blocked. And then, a dual carriage, you're getting up to Nyeri, you realize, my goodness, this country, there was a good plan for it.
Step by step, it's getting there. It's just that those steps are just taking a bit too long.
Yes, or some people are ensuring that they don't take the time that they should have taken.
The road is beautiful, though. Isiolo to Merti Laisamis, going all the way into
You've got it. Let me tell you, if you want to give your car a good test run and to give the engine a little push, go there. You'll open it up. Beautiful, beautiful.
Did you stop by the hill?
Yes.
It's called
which one? The sacred place for the Samburu, or which one?
No, there's a hill right, like it's like in the middle of the road.
Yeah, you see it in the middle of the road. It's not in the middle of the road, but you see it.
What's it
called? It's called. Yes, I know the hill. I don't know the name.
Like if you anyone who's driving, then if you don't take a photo,
there's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
it's like where did you really go to that place?
Did you really? Have you really gone to? Come on.
And by the way, Marsabit is on a hill, the town. You just keep climbing, and the climatic condition there is completely different from the neighborhood, and that's 15 kilometers squared. It's green. It's beautiful farmland.
Wow,
amazing, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yes,
beautiful. Very, very scenic. I want to tell you about that hill so that you can look at it. You can look for it online, and you can see what we mean.
Believe me, it's beautiful.
This is beautiful. It's beautiful. I can see. I'm looking for the name.
I can even see. I can see it because I was there.
Looking for the name.
It is. It's called it's a landmark. And how have you been?
Someone will tell us.
I'm fine.
By the way, very many people send greetings. People who watch, some listen. They sent greetings to you, Ednah, including you.
Very good.
Yeah, salamu.
Salamu kwa wingi tumepata.
Sana.
Yes. Okay, so we are online. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing shortly, right? Today being Monday, it's another new day to look at very many things. So Thursday, budget. I don't even see why we continue having that tradition of the finance minister going to parliament to read the budget speech. Everything we already know everything by now. I don't see why. Anyway, Director Muriithi, who's a former governor of Laikipia County, an economist and managing partner of Okoh Capital Limited, will be here. Let's talk about this budget issue. Raising taxes versus managing expenditure. When do you strike this balance? Okay? This is a conversation we'll have with the former Governor Director Muriithi at 7 a.m. At 8 o'clock, we talk about how structured money printing, MMT, can rescue Africa's economy. We'll be joined by Tony Mwete. He's a director of Clark Hampton and a member of the Modern Monetary Forum. Do you understand any of that?
I have not understood a thing.
All right. Tony will come and tell us what all those things are all about. And then at 9 a.m., session of paper number 1 of 2023. Do you know what that is all about? Is Kenya ready to leverage and benefit from the demographic dividend? Dr. Mohammed Sheikh is Director General of the National Council for Population and Development, and Bernard Onyango is a Senior Research and Policy Analyst at AFIDEP. Those two gentlemen will be with us at 9 a.m. Let's talk about Kenya's demographic dividend. Are we ready to do it? This is session of paper number 1 of 2023. What's that all about? Do you know? Do you know? Session of paper number 1 of 2023?
I have no idea.
Okay. You'll find out. 21 minutes after 6. Hi, time has gone. Tell us about the weather, and then we'll say hello to people.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 14. We'll see highs of 22. 24 will be the high in a mostly clear Nakuru at 15. It's cloudy at 14 in Nyeri, highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 23 in Eldoret, where it's clear at 13. It's a partly cloudy morning in Mombasa at 24. Highs of 30. We'll also see highs of 30 in a partly cloudy Malindi at 26. 18 and clear in Kisumu. We'll go through to highs of 28 this Monday. And it's clear at 16 in Kakamega. We'll also see highs of 28. Kampala is clear at 20, highs of 27. 30 will be the high in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. And we're looking into clear conditions at 3 degrees in Johannesburg. We'll see highs of 16, while Mogadishu partly sunny at 26. We'll go to highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's 14 and cloudy in Addis Ababa, highs of 24 and lows of 12, while Lagos is clear at 26. We'll see highs of 31. 22 and cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 31 and lows of 20. Looking out into Beijing, Monday afternoon is sunny at 30. We'll go to highs of 35. This morning it's clear at 10 in Paris with highs of 17 and lows of 8, while London is raining at 12 degrees. It'll go to highs of 16 and lows of 9. Sunday night in New York is clear at 20. Coming into Monday, highs of 26 and lows of 16.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So everybody has reminded us that the name of that landmark. It's called what?
Mount Ololokwe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mount Ololokwe.
Yeah.
Beautiful, scenic. You must take a photo there. You'll Google it.
I will.
And see. Say hi. Who's online?
Everybody's online this morning, knocking in pretty early. If the computer can just agree to cooperate with me and just move down, it would be great. Otherwise, we'll keep it moving. Okay. So, Guten Morgen, Mbali says this morning. Come on, computer. You were okay. And then what happened? Okay, so we start from the bottom and go to the top. Najib Jiro says, good morning. You can look up for Somali proverb. We have a lot. City. Tumesema proverbs are Somalia. We've done that.
Recently, we will go back.
Okay, we can always go back.
Yes.
Okay, Wakanda Nation says, tuned in from the Empire State. Good conversation, guys. Yeah, everybody's reminding you it's Mount Ololokwe. Edwin says, good morning. CT, welcome back. Can the GOK build a road from Mandera to Isiolo, and then they can now talk of 1 man, 1 shilling? Okay, well, there's a suggestion. Welcome back, Sir Muga. I believe that's who we're speaking of. Andrew Tieno says, good morning. Victoria Namtosi said, good morning, Team Spice. Mr. Bali says, good morning. Jimmy Wekesa is also saying good morning as well. My computer is refusing. I know so many people are online this morning. We're going to check in and say a bigger good morning in a bit.
Okay.
All right?
City. Where this week?
We are in the country of the Republic of Zambia. But a while back we were in Malawi, then we went west again, went to Gambia. From Zambia we went to Gambia.
Now we're back to Zambia.
Now we're from Malawi actually went to Gambia. Now we're back to Zambia. Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word.
Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word. Okay. Okay, that's an interesting one. We'll hear what they say.
We will hear what they say.
Looking at the headlines.
Looking at the headlines on the front page of the Standard this morning, MPs walk a tightrope on taxes. budget. How to strike a balance between taxing an already overtaxed taxpayer and raising the necessary revenue to meet the growing needs of the government is the daunting task that Parliament faces this week as the budget is read and the finance bill is put before the public. Okay, so let's see what that's going to look like. Ruto's plea to leaders inside UDA's crisis talks. President spoke during the party's National Executive Council meeting and told leaders to commit to serve Kenyans and ask them to solve their differences internally. Don't bring it outside. Don't shout. Don't shout. Just, inside. Beneficiaries of 1 man, 1 shilling. The raging debate on resource sharing has missed a big component, that of generations, making it either a red herring to divert attention from the finance bill or a Trojan horse on the same. Your child could be exposed to serious risks in school. See, now, somebody like me, they should not tell me this kind of thing, I beg, because I can't remove my children and leave them in the house. What kind of thing is all of this now?
Your child could be exposed
to serious risk in school.
Okay,
we'll read that story, shall we?
Okay.
State rallies uptake of electric cars. So, you charge your vehicle as opposed to fueling it. And the state is saying, you know what? This thing can be nice. So buy. EU voters head to last day of polls. And on the front page of The Nation, respect Gachagua. Ruto censures MPs. He told them, look, I've had it. I don't take this thing no more. President William Ruto, who yesterday revealed why he settled on his deputy Rigathi Gachagua as his running mate ahead of the 2022 elections, has asked young and ambitious UDA politicians from Mount Kenya and his Rift Valley backyard to respect the deputy president in the wake of wrangling in the ruling party.
Okay.
Does respect mean you don't differ with someone or you don't have an alternate perspective on an issue?
No. But in
you
this
can do
case,
so respectfully.
You can do so respectfully, exactly.
Have they been doing so disrespectfully?
It would appear so. They've called him a bully. They've told him he's this, that, the other thing.
And those things are utterly untrue.
The manner in which you say something to somebody actually then does bear some kind of weight, does it not?
It does.
I think that's what he was speaking to.
Okay. He was speaking to
the president now.
Okay.
Yeah, the manner in which you've been voicing your, whatever. You can tone it down just
like don't go around calling a leader XYZ.
Exactly.
Call them ABC.
Preferably.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So, when MPs go trigger happy, is also what's being covered in The Nation today. There has been a surge in cases where lawmakers mishandle or misuse their licensed firearms, leading to fatalities or injuries, attracting the attention of investigators and even leading to court battles. They say anytime you just annoy me. You see, like now, you can annoy me. I just say, instead of me talking to you, I remove the gun. I say, where? It's like that. It's a problem. 2.5 billion shillings of state debt is choking the media.
They owe us 2.5 billion shillings.
That's it. And it could be more.
Shut down this government.
the chairman.
Can we auction them?
Can we auction the government? Because you're making the rest of us poor. Sheesh. It's because you're not paying, we are poor. You see now? Wilfred Kiboro, you know who he is? He's chairman of NMG. And he said that the media in Kenya is reeling from a 2.5 billion shilling unpaid debt by government. Pay your debt to us, government. It's a big pending bill, needs to be sorted. Gazongo warns of Treasury's unrealistic tax proposals. The Auditor General, Nancy Gazongo, has criticized the government's revenue projections as over-optimistic and unrealistic.
Where?
Telling you, it's a big something.
Over-optimistic
and unrealistic. Many icks.
Okay.
274 killed in Israeli onslaught on Gaza. Israeli forces pounded central Gaza anew on Sunday, a day after killing 274 Palestinians during a hostage rescue raid.
That hostage rescue raid killed 274 people.
Yes, it did.
And they rescued how many hostages?
We'll tell you the story.
Less than 10.
It's less than 10, actually. If I look at I'll give you the details of the story. But
how is that collateral exactly?
Exactly. There's no give me, I give you kind of thing. It's
and this is after all this whole talk of ceasefire and
have a conversation.
The Biden plan.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu is crazy.
Netanyahu has lost it. And he's said very clearly, I do not care if you stand with us or behind us. We've never been one to buddy up with anybody anyway. So if you come and tell us that, we think this is wrong, or if you're frowning upon our actions, frown until the wrinkles in your face are permanent.
Shauri yako.
That's your problem.
That's the attitude.
We've stood alone, and if we need to continue standing alone, we're going to stand alone.
But that isn't true, is it? They haven't actually stood alone, have they? Because there's always this narrative that anytime you speak against any actions of the Israeli, you're being anti-Zionist or you're being anti-Israeli.
Anti-Semitic.
Yes, anti-Semitic. Look, wrongs are wrongs, man. It doesn't matter who it is who perpetrates it.
There is nothing that you will say, I don't care if you're dealing with an isolationist policy or you're dealing with a socialist policy or whatever it is that you're dealing with. Wrong is wrong, like you say. Killing 36,000 people, the majority of them children. It can never.
How do you justify that?
Never be justified. Never.
In 9 months.
In 9 months. Can never be.
And that's supposed to be justifiable. And
doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't.
Anyway, so you remember Netanyahu created a war council. Said this is what's going to be running Israel during this time as we respond to this nonsense. 2 of those members, generals, have resigned. They're like,
bro, this isn't working for us.
Within the last 24 hours, the 2 have walked and counting. Can I tell you what's on the Business Daily?
Please.
Now, apparently, more Kenyans are mortgaging household items, including TVs, fridges, tables, and sofa sets, to secure loans as borrowers turn to expensive short-term credit to meet daily needs after real wages dropped for the 4th consecutive year. The Business Registration Service and the Attorney General's Office revealed that 100,985 pieces of household items were used for loans into the year to June 2023, which is more than any other type of movable property. The BRS is a custodian of the Movable Property Security Rights Registry. So they're saying people are just mortgaging their furniture, household items, vehicles, furniture, equipment, livestock, others kidogo, but household items, TV, fridge, nini. This is Shylocks. This is Shylocking. We've become a Shylocking country. Higher. The other headline here is quite interesting. You know NGAF? NGAF is the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. They used an intern to recruit county coordinators for deployment across the country. This is according to an audit by the Auditor General, Nancy Gadogo. The intern participated in an interview and selection panel that met 235 candidates and hired 45 of them, even as the process was marred with irregularities that saw non-deserving persons picked. Review of the interview score sheets revealed that the interview panel included a human resource intern. The intern was not appointed as a member of the interviewing and selection committee, but participated in the interview process as a panelist, awarded scores, and signed the interview score sheet. This is what Nancy Gadongo is saying in a report of NGAF for the year to June 2023. She noted that NGAF could not explain why the intern was engaged for the assignment or prove that members of the shortlisting and selection committee declared not to have a conflict of interest in the recruitment process. Intern kuja wake up and okay, now where no opportunity. She's part of the selection panel. Selected 235 candidates were interviewed, 45 of them were picked, and they're looking at it and seeing people who are completely non-deserving, completely, are the ones who are picked. Ticker headlines: MPs give Judiciary 1.2 billion shillings to purchase Madison House. You know where Madison House is?
No.
Madison Insurance House building in Nairobi has been earmarked for acquisition by the Judiciary to accommodate part of the growing number of judges being recruited. Other headline: 7 Cs to get 1 billion shillings compensation for contract breach. Where? The company, co-founded by businessman Michael Masharia, is set for a boost after lawmakers set aside 1 billion shillings to repay its dues owed by the government. The government owes this company 1 billion shillings. They're getting it. They owe media 2 billion shillings. 2.5.
Gotta be specific. Yeah.
Okay. I think we need to talk to Parliament. 50% increase in SGR fares cuts passenger traffic by 65,000 people.
Yeah.
Passenger numbers on the SGR dropped by 65,833 between January and March in the wake of a 50% increase in fares.
Yeah, what do you expect? If you were paying 1,000 shillings and now you're paying
65,833 passengers in 3 months.
That's indicative of exactly what is happening.
Jesus Christ.
People cannot afford another 1,500 shillings if you're going on the first class, whatever, or an extra 500 shillings if you're going on the economy. People can't afford it, man.
Jesus. City.
Yes, please.
What's on the star?
Top right-hand corner, Intel Green. New tough terms. How State House seeks to tighten recruitment of CEOs, varsity chiefs. This story is on page 4 and 5. Okay? Right. All right. They're seeking to recruit and tighten. That's all right. Camry report. How harsh TB stigma is killing thousands of patients through medication default.
Medication default?
Yes.
C'est quoi?
It's a Camry report.
They're defaulting on their medication.
Yes.
How they're supposed to take it.
Oh, they're not finishing doses.
This is mostly attributed to the stigma. So you're supposed to take it X number of times, and then at that time you're not at home, so you can't hide, so you don't take.
Precisely. And part of the problem is TB has been known for the longest time to be among one of the opportunistic diseases that people get when they're HIV positive.
Yeah.
So, yes. Unfortunately, once you default, then you develop resistance to the drug.
Sure.
And so getting well becomes that much more difficult. Anyway, returning favors. Gilu, we want Raila to declare Kalonzo's flag bearer in 2027 polls.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
We want Kalonzo to declare.
No, it's Raila. We want Raila to declare. But we want Kalonzo to declare.
We want Raila to declare Kalonzo as the flag bearer.
As Mio's flag bearer.
So then? Okay, so.
Who's this? Who wants this?
Ngilu is who's saying. It's about time.
Ngilu now.
Yes. Yes.
Why do you think I'm laughing?
Ngilu is up to.
You see where that's coming from?
Up to something for sure.
Right. Non-locals. Police probe militia and Shabab links in Garissa murder of 4 workers. Yep, this story is on page 25. And then bang in the middle of the paper, Discord. Standard protocol has been that DP receives the president at a function. Why is this important? Because there was this function. And this function took place at Nakuru Boys High School in Nakuru County, where the president attended the Akurino National Prayer Conference. Okay? Remember, protocol. VP
gets there first.
DP gets there first. In this case, the headline states Gachagua arrives 1 hour late after Ruto meet.
And he spoke. He said, "I'm sorry I came late. I had some challenges with my transport."
Again.
Unakumbuka helicopter, hapati helicopter.
Squeezy.
So alikuwa anangoja ile helicopter amehaya itoke sijui wapi kuja.
Ikabidi waingie kwa gari bwana.
Nakuru is not very far from Nairobi. But let's not go there. Nakuru is 157 kilometers from Nairobi. Yes.
But the arrangement now, he had, expected that he's going to get a helicopter. So he didn't get the helicopter from Nene. So he had to now go, and he's already at Wilson. Nani mwingine kwa helicopter? Nani mwingine kwa helicopter? Someone comes and says,
kuna nani anatoka saa hii?
Kuna nini inakuja? Inatoka Mombasa.
That length of time would have gotten him to Nakuru. You know why? When either the president or the deputy are traveling, the road is cleared. You don't meet vehicles, the road is yours.
But the distance does not reduce.
Bana 2 hours ndio tutafika huko na function ndio hiyo ina.
Okay guys, I get the message. I get it. Ruto warned about. I've got it. So I'm moving along swiftly.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Good.
Ruto warned about ethnic mobilization in what was seen as a broadside against Rigathi.
Okay.
See, I beg these people should leave us alone. You know why?
Why? You
didn't hear that people are hawking their fridge to buy bread? I beg they should leave us alone, please. See, Shebi, we should tell them what's happening with traffic. I beg.
Do that.
No, no, do that, please.
Shebi, how's the traffic looking like? Abby.
Okay, so where are you right about now? It's starting to build up, isn't it? On Jogo Road, it was busy earlier. Let's see how that is now going towards Landis. Through towards Kamkunji at the roundabout, there is some traffic, and it is quite something. All right, also coming off of Thika Superhighway, a quick look at that. Traffic is starting to build now, getting closer to the junction coming in from Allsops. And then outside Ring, as you come in from the Eastern Bypass, also quite busy. We'll probably see that Kiambu Road will pile up a little bit more than it already has right about now. Into the CBD, coming from Gong Road, also coming in from Naivasha Road, that's going to build up closer towards traffic hour. A silent Monday, quiet Monday morning for now in a lot of the parts, but then getting into the city via Muranga Road is also starting to look busy. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Want to keep things moving. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Tell us.
So now, you see this story about children in school is really bothering me. Let me tell you what they said.
Read the story.
Now, Ministry marks out new threats to learners' safety. The Ministry of Education is raising alarm over new threats that not only risk harming school children, but also disrupt their education and force them to drop out. I also saw some disturbing videos over the weekend of students from particular schools who are sitting outside the gate. One is writhing in pain, and people are just passing as if nothing is happening. And they said they gave her painkillers and they don't know what to do after that. Her mother had to come and start asking what's going on. Bothered me to the core.
What was happening?
She was in pain. Apparently, she needed to go to hospital. They had not been called.
So why was the child at the gate?
Because she was waiting for her mother to come and pick her up. Another girl is the one who had now called, not the gate outside the gate, but like outside the main reception of the school, sitting in a chair. She's being held by some other two girls. And apparently it's one of those girls who borrowed the phone from one teacher to now call the mother. Anyway, a document by the ministry identifies climate change, mental health concerns, and cybercrime as emerging issues that require urgent attention. The document, titled the National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023-2027, will be the blueprint guiding the education sector for the next 5 years. It was launched by Education Secretary, Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu last week. It further identifies age-old challenges of alcohol, drug and substance abuse, HIV, insecurity, extremism and radicalization, drought and even floods as other threats in the education sector. Floods adversely affected learning between March and April. Heavy rains that pounded the country led to an extended closure of schools for 2 weeks. The ministry now plans to address these challenges by mainstreaming several initiatives into the school coursework. It seeks to equip learners with the knowledge, skills, and values needed to build a sustainable future and help curb the menace of climate change. According to the documents, the plan is to include climate-friendly solutions in schools by incorporating climate change education in the curriculum. So, kind of like everybody would kind of know what to do in an issue. So, according to the ministry, the focus will be on prevention and management of inspections of non-communicable diseases, including mental health and psychosocial issues that affect learning outcomes. They also plan to tackle the rising cases of these diseases, mental health issues, as well as HIV infections among students, teachers, and adolescents. Apparently, this is on the rise. It emphasizes preventive measures and early detection for those conditions, recognizing their negative impact on learning outcomes. So they're saying that there are many threats to children in school, and this is what we're talking about, especially with drugs and alcohol, non-communicable diseases, climate change issues, and they want to rope this into the curriculum to try and mitigate the effects of some of these things. Abi? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a plan that they have to, but for me, send capitation to schools.
That's bottom line.
Yeah, send capitation to schools, please. These are the things that you want to do. It's nice. Send capitation to schools. Yeah, I think we're just looking for something to do. Whereas, send capitation to schools. Did you hear me?
Just send money to schools,
please.
Period. Hii ingine yote
unaweza fanya baadaye.
Ni mastori mingi. There's a bad story that I'm just going to give you the headline and then we cannot read this story. Mother in pain after her 4-month-old baby is defiled by an 11-year-old. After the government ordered Shaurimoyo residents who lived near rivers to shift to higher ground, Beatrice moved in with her friend. Her friend had a son who defiled her daughter. Hiyo story tumalizia hapo.
Tafadhali.
I can't read that story. Asha.
Can I tell you what the law says, though, according to this story? Please. Defilement in any intercourse with a child under the age of 18, whether or not the child consents. According to the law, defilement is any sexual intercourse with a child. Defilement of a child 11 years and below carries a sentence of life imprisonment. Defilement of a child between the ages of 12 to 15 carries a sentence of 20 years imprisonment. Defilement of a child between 16 and 19 years old carries a sentence of 15 years. Kenya recorded 10,442 sex-related and gender-based violence cases in the year 2021-2022. Defilement accounted for 5,913, about half of those, with a child recorded as the perpetrator in 1,014 of them. Rape comes in third with 728 cases.
How about in a case where you have an 11-year-old defiling?
Now, of those cases, 1,014 are like that, where a child is defiling another. Of these 10,400...
A child how old?
Now, I don't know. So
because
one can only assume
that it's a 17-year-old and all, right?
Exactly.
But in this case, when an 11-year-old...
Do you know how layered the problem is with an 11-year-old defiling anybody?
Hey, forget about that story. Okay. The proposal in the Finance Bill 2024 to allow a window for the importation of non-fertilized eggs from the East African Community region spells doom for poultry farmers in the country. We had Gathoni Mushomba here last week, and she was talking about this. According to the Association of Kenya Feed Manufacturers, AKFEMA, if allowed, the move would lead to flooding of the market with cheap eggs from neighboring countries. The association chairman Joe Karuri said they had petitioned the Finance Committee on the proposal, warning that it could kill the poultry sector that employs thousands. He warned, if enacted into law, the proposal could flood the market with low-cost eggs and other products due to the low cost of production in neighboring countries. So there's a proposal here that allows importation of non-fertilized eggs from within the EAC. And now the Kenyan poultry farmers are saying, look, if you just allow free movement of these particular products, you're basically killing us. Because it's more expensive to produce eggs and to grow poultry here than in neighboring countries. It basically just allows that if you go and set up a hatchery
in Uganda
and a poultry farm in Uganda or just across the border, and
you import them. Kenya imports them.
You're there at Holili across the border with Taita Taveta. You just set up a farm on the other side. Then you just bring them.
Killing industry one step at a time.
It is. And that is why even when you have trading blocks, this is where now you understand certain products that are perhaps easier to produce in one part of that trading block will be allowed to be traded for reasons that perhaps they have certain advantages. And it will be balanced by some other product being produced in that neighboring country. There are rules by which these things are done. But then there are other countries that take a very strong view on these things. It's called protectionism. You simply ensure that you set up tariffs and taxes for anything that is important that might interfere with a certain important sector in your country. A case in point, if I may go outside this country, is Japan and rice.
Yep.
They have rice farmers. Yeah, you can produce rice and even import it and export it to Japan, but it'll cost you a pretty penny. You are protecting your own. Now, here we have a situation where the farmers are not saying protect us, they're saying, can you reduce the burden we have of making this particular business work?
I keep asking, why is it more expensive to rear chicken in Kenya?
It's been
chicken
made so.
feeds. Why are the feeds for animal and poultry, why are they more expensive in Kenya?
It's been made so. It's been made so.
The reason that we've heard haven't been given previously is like, let's take a country like Uganda, where the inputs are relatively cheaper, and they say that their soil is a lot more fertile in terms of growing these things like your sunflower, which essentially goes towards the cake that they make for the feeds. So because of the land is more fertile, they're able to grow it at a cheaper, rather to sell it at a cheaper rate.
Look,
cost.
we can grow sunflower in large scale in this country.
We can.
Why? What is it? What is it? Because on the other hand, there's what we now say about the East African Community Common Market Protocol, allow free movement of goods and services within the region, remove barriers, tariffs, and all non-trade barriers. Why then do we want to start clawing back and saying start imposing barriers to trade on such?
But if you look at our policies, we are the ones who are rendering ourselves uncompetitive. Because if we call it the cost of doing business is as high as it is, the end product is going to be expensive. I mean, we've heard of flight of certain industries moving to neighboring countries to set up or to continue their businesses simply because the cost of doing business in this country has become too expensive for them. The real threat of businesses actually shutting down. No, let me rephrase that. The real threat of more businesses shutting down. Yes, because businesses have shut down. Yes.
Story City?
Yes. You do know that we have a new Secretary General at the East African Community? Yes. Veronica Nduva. That is her name. She takes over from one Mr. Peter Muthuku, okay, who was Secretary... Mathuki. Well, actually, these guys should get their spellings right, because I'm actually going by what was written here.
They've written what? Mathuki?
Yes, Mathuki.
It's Dr. Peter Mathuki.
Yes. It's Mathuki. Okay. 2021 is when he took his seat, and 2024 is when now he no longer is there. So this is a continuation of the term that Kenya is supposed to have. Remember, the first Secretary General of the East African Community was actually a Kenyan. Ambassador Muga was the first one. And every country within the bloc is given an opportunity to have a Secretary General. Well, she has her work cut out for her. They say Nduva hits the ground running, but she has a full tray in East African Community headquarters. Part of the problem, they say, is that many countries are not contributing as they should because they do not see the value of their contributions. They contribute, but all these things, yes. And the big elephant in the big room is one of just ensuring that the federation works as was planned. They don't see this coming together. What you were just saying, common tariffs, ensuring that borders are open. These things that were said to be the things that would be done by a certain time, they're not seeing them happening as had been agreed. Yes. And so when they say her work is cut out for her, it most definitely is. By the way, she is not new to the East African Community. She was a lead researcher on the establishment of the Good Governance Review Mechanism for the East African Community in 2013. Okay. So this is not a place she is completely new to.
She understands these matters quite a bit.
She understands it.
All the best to you, Veronica. All the best to you. The Standard has an editorial today. Ruto should stop issuing roadside declarations.
Okay.
Now, remember, on, was it Saturday, that the Kenyan Air Force was marking years of service in this country, and President Ruto went to the Isli Air Base, and there he went and he spoke about, no, we cannot allow just wanton construction of buildings coming up here and affecting the air base, this air base, height, flight path,
Really?
Weeks earlier he had said, we are going to allow, kwanza this area obviously here, we should allow high-rise buildings to go up. Barely a month after he supported the construction of high-rise buildings in Nairobi, President William Ruto has gone back on his word. While presiding over the 60th anniversary of the Kenya Air Force at Moi Air Base in Eastleigh on Saturday, Dr. Ruto warned developers to observe building height limits in the area.
Are there such things?
Yeah. Existing rules limit buildings in Eastleigh to 12 floors, but the president had in May said they could go up to 30 if they wanted. In April this year, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakanya said he had engaged the president to allow the construction of high-rise buildings to accommodate the rapidly growing city population. According to Sakanya, Nairobi's population is expected to hit 10.5 million by 2050, yet there is no land on which to erect more houses. The alternative, therefore, is removal of height restrictions on buildings. Ruto appeared to read from the same script with the governor when he encouraged developers to erect buildings up to 30 floors last month. What changed to make him go back on his words? It's not lost on Kenyans that in their quest for popularity, politicians often ignore the valuable input of experts. Weeks before the onset of heavy rains that caused devastation across the country, a few months ago, Ruto announced that there would be no heavy rains as predicted by the Met Department. Construction of buildings on road reserves and riparian land is common despite government clear regulations against such activities. Currently, the government is demolishing buildings on riparian land that have been in existence for years. This raises the question, where were the regulatory agencies when they were being erected from start to finish? We can't forget that this is the same government that promised that people would never be evicted inhumanely from their homes, as happened during Uhuru's leadership. All said and done, we cannot afford a return to the era of roadside declarations that overtook and overlook expert advice. Technical, safety and security matters should be left to those versed in the fields, while politicians stick to fulfilling the promises they made during campaigns. So says the Nation editorial.
Yes, something that must be looked into for every high-rise...
The Standard editorial, beg your pardon.
Thank you, sir. Every tall building that comes up in the city of Nairobi is accompanied by boreholes.
Yes.
We need geologists to come and start telling us and explain to us what these consequences will be. Every multi-storied high-rise building comes with a borehole. All these boreholes being drilled, and we're going deeper and deeper into the surface of the land we have in Nairobi. What will be the consequences? You know, we've had cities on this planet that have started sinking simply because too many boreholes were drilled. So, yes, we're talking development. And when you talk Nairobi, Nairobi is in the CBD. Nairobi is much bigger than the CBD. Yes, and you're saying there's no land. What do you mean there is no land? There's always land. The problem here is not land. The problem is, do we have the capacity to adhere to building norms, building regulations, building plans? Are we willing to adhere to the plans that we have for the city? Yes.
One must ask.
Because it looks like the plans have been substituted by declarations that are made.
Yeah.
You have a plan, a declaration is made, and that plan has gone to the wind.
And then the impact of those boreholes as well. Remember when we hosted dentists here, and they said because of all these boreholes and the kind of water that you have, you're taking untreated, unchecked, high fluoride levels.
Yes.
And what's happening to people's health.
Yes.
Not even checked. How safe is this water? You know, just because you have a borehole, you have a borehole, you have a borehole. It's just a bandit country. It's just a bandit country. Leo jenga, kesho usijenge. Kesho kutwa, no, we cannot do this.
As you want to talk.
And you don't speak as if you can remember that you just a few days earlier, weeks earlier,
something else
in the same region.
You said the exact opposite. It's not okay.
7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Umaga. It is a race against time for the National Assembly Committee on Finance as it holds its final public participation exercise on the Finance Bill in a public forum at the KICC today. As revealed by Bonnet Senator Hilary Sigay, Senate Majority Leader and Kericho Senator Aaron Cheriot, they've called for a special sitting tomorrow to discuss contentious issues in the bill. And even before the committee retreats to do a report on its 2-week public participation, pressure continues to pile on members of Parliament to shoot down the bill. This event comes as in the Mount Kenya region, an ally to the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who is also the Governor of Nyeri, Mutahi Kahiga, has clearly mentioned that some MPs in the Mount Kenya region do not support the proposals to increase taxes despite being members of UDA.
Hao watu wasiwadanganye. Hiyo finance bill mnaongea ati mtaongeza tax. Hawa mnaona hawa. Wasiwadanganye na msidanganye. Finance bill chini. Kwa nini sasa mnataka haya magari na hamkununulia mtu muanze kuchukua pesa? Alafu mnatuambia tusinyamaze, tusiseme nini? We will speak.
Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has rubbished the government's revenue projections as over-optimistic and unrealistic amid fears they may excite insatiable borrowing to finance annual budgets in a damning assessment of the National Treasury's fiscal planning. According to Gathungu, in a document to the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, she notes that the projections by Treasury and KRA are what leads the country into borrowing most of the time. She's given an example of the 2023-2024 financial year budget, where the government aimed to collect 2.6 trillion shillings, while 3 months before the end of the financial year, it had collected only 1.59 trillion shillings, which was 60% by March this year. Last week, the chairman of the Budget Committee, Ndindi Nyoro, admitted that the government sets high targets in order to be under pressure to collect more funds.
We always set our targets based on our norms, and therefore our revenue targets, Honorable Speaker, sometime conform with our norm of being optimistic, but then close to the close of the financial year, then we realized we needed to moderate our optimism towards realism, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we are descending from the previous figure by 24 billion in the reality of the fact that the estimates in terms of revenue that we had at the beginning of the year were a bit optimistic.
The United Democratic Alliance has suspended its grassroots elections in 3 counties pending dispute resolutions. During a party national executive committee chaired by President William Ruto in State House, the party's head directed that polls in Narok and West Pokot will remain on hold pending the outcome of court contentions. He further asked National Election Board Chairman Anthony Maura to proceed with elections in Homa Bay and Busia counties where polls were not challenged. This event comes as the President has instructed Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to lead reconciliation talks to resolve the dispute that has affected Nairobi County UDA elections today. The President instructed Gachagua to do so as the Nairobi election has led to 2 rival factions, one of Governor Johnson Sakaja and the other of Embakasi North MP James Gakuya. The UDA election board was forced to suspend the elections scheduled for today due to current crisis. Former police spokesman Jasper Ombati Nyauma is the new Rift Valley Regional Police Commander. Inspector General of Police Japheth Kouome said Ombati replaces Tom Odero, who has been recalled to police headquarters in Nairobi. Ombati had been serving at the Italian United Nations office as a senior advisor before he came back from the mission in February this year. And in the national scene, we getting news that Mr. Gary Conil, the newly sworn-in Haiti's Prime Minister, who is expected to be in power as Kenyan police get deployed to the country, was over the weekend hospitalized after he fell ill. His office has communicated saying that this is as a result of intense activities that he's been running for the past couple of weeks. In a communication which was published by his office hours after he had been admitted to hospital, they said that he is in stable condition and receiving the required treatment. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're getting into it this Monday morning. What's happening where you are? Taking a look at Jogo Road, where we saw traffic having built up earlier on. And then also coming in from the Thika Superhighway out towards the CBD. That's heavy with traffic today. And then we're going to get to Survey, and it's going to pile up as you get closer to Muranga Road, which already is bumper to bumper through the CBD. On Gong Road, we saw some build up from Naivasha Road touching on Gong Road, and then in both directions out towards the city and then through towards James Gishuru. It's very heavy on Kiambu Road this morning, and Limuru Road is also starting to pile up as we get into the city. We're getting into traffic hour in about half hour or so. Let's wait and see what it looks like when we do. If you've left, fantastic. If not, you might want to do that because things are going to clog up soon. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 after 7 on this 10th day of June 2024. You've got 20 days to go before the tax amnesty by KRA expires. Now, have you taken advantage of it? You should make sure that you do, because, well, you owe KRA some money. Up to the end of 2022, there was some tax due to be paid. You didn't pay. So it attracted penalties. And then also those penalties attracted interest. Up to date, can you imagine? Monthly. Now, KRA are saying, okay, no, it's all right. The law allows us to actually have a conversation with you, and there's a tax amnesty now on offer. If you speak to KRA today and you tell them, look, people, I'd like to apply for this tax amnesty, they will waive the interest and penalty and interest, and you'll only be left with the principal tax. So even that, they can have a conversation with you on how you can repay. So you don't have to pay the whole thing lump sum at your just once. No. You can just discuss. Malipuye pole. Okay. How do you get in touch with Kerry?
You need to go onto the web. Well, okay. Shall I give you the phone number first? 0711099999. Give a call. Somebody will be on the other end of the phone to talk to you and tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. They most likely lead you to the website, which is www.kra.go.ke. You go to iTax, and then you get onto the tab that says Debt and Enforcement. Under that, there are 6 other steps that you follow. And it's going to lead you very easily through all of this, how you need to apply for the tax amnesty. As a tax amnesty application there, you go through the thing, you're done, you're dusted, you go. June 30th comes round, and you're smiling.
Okay. Will tell us about Gigi.
Who?
Gigi. On Showmax.
Now, there's a show, right? Eric likes it very much. Have you watched it?
No.
Okay.
He still likes it nonetheless.
It's coming up.
There's another programming on Showmax. It's Africa's upgraded streaming platform, and so you can find all your favorites, your series, your TV programs, your movies, your documentaries, live sports, all sorts of fantastic things. We finished the season where Kantai's did his business, and that was fun thing to watch.
It's called King Kantai,
where he's worked forever, and then he gets this fortune, and then it all disappears. Poof. And so you ask yourself, how, what, all the intrigues and that and much more is available on Showmax for as little as 300 shillings per month. You pay, you watch, you download, watch later, all sorts of fantastic things. Showmax, Shika, Showmax.
Kabisa. There's a new show called Gigi that's coming up on the 17th of June. He'll tell us about it in the next hour. Sindio? Okay. For now, let's talk about budgets. Thursday, we are going to have that traditional thing of the cabinet secretary for health, for finance, the national treasury.
For health. Yes.
For the national treasury, the health of the country. For national treasury and planning, going to the National Assembly, joint session of Parliament, and reading something. We know what's contained in all those things. We know the budget policy. We know the expenditure estimates are before Parliament. We know the revenue raising measures are before Parliament. And all. Parliament's daunting task to offer a balanced bill. That's what the headline in the Standard today is talking. MPs walk a tightrope on taxes and budgets. Okay. And as this is happening at the national level, there's a conversation that will also be happening at the county level shortly, because counties will also now be presenting their budgets. 400 billion shillings is going to counties, plus their own on-source revenue. How are they going to do this? Former governor and former chair of the Finance Committee of the Council of Governors, the former governor for Laikipia, Nderitu Mureithi, is our guest. He's an economist. He is the managing director of Ecocup Capital Limited. Did I read it right? Is it Ecocup or Ecocup?
You've said it quite right.
All right.
And good morning to all of you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
You keep yourself busy.
Indeed.
Very good.
Indeed.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
City is about to welcome you with the day's proverb. But before that, Ndu will welcome you with the day's nyama. Now, Laikipia. Laikipia is doing big stuff. So farmers in Laikipia have been contracted by Kenchik. And Kenchik has decided to go into beef. So now there's Ken Beef by Kenchik. So Ken Beef has contracted farmers in Laikipia who are now rearing cattle on contract for Ken Beef. So you know your ng'ombe zuko kwenu Laikipia?
Yes, I know this.
Grass-fed, organic.
Yes.
Spring water.
Yes.
Fresh air from the foothills of the Mount Kenya.
Yes.
They are just giving us the best meat. Now, those cows are slaughtered and they're brought to the processing factory that's in Thika by Ken Beef. Take it up from there.
And they've got some fantastic tasting stuff. I did the burgers over the weekend and they're really great. So you want to ask, yes, actually. So products from beef is what Kenchik is doing now. So there are burgers, there are sausages, there's minced meat, there is bacon. So bacon is bacon from a cow. Yeah. So there's macon, and then Borovos.
Yes.
Eric who says Mutura.
Borovos is like Mutura, yes. He's absolutely correct. And look, Laikipia is truly the best source of beef in the Republic.
Where they sing to the cows and all these fantastic things.
It's the climate, it is what Eric is saying, grass-fed and so on. It's also the breed of cattle.
There you go.
Boran cattle. Yes. Laikipia is the world leading source of Boran cattle, which is a well-adapted breed for the African context, beef breed. So you can't go wrong.
Absolutely. I can testify that the singing and the grass-fed and the springs and everything translates to actually succulent meat product.
And I mean, personally, I feel somewhat vindicated. I had this ambition about Laikipia beef. And we did a big business plan with the World Bank and IFC and others. But then, the nature of the democratic process. So
the nature of our
democratic process. Thank you.
Democracy,
I think that's a better way of we seem convinced that when say when I'm president, then the following year CT is president, he has to undo what I was doing. I mean, how can that be a useful way? But nonetheless, that's the way we seem to think.
That's where we are. How are they in Zambia, City?
Well, in Zambia, they're saying, jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word. That's the problem of the day.
Jump over a log,
but not over a neighbor's word.
Well, I feel like I could take it almost literally. This proverb. Because a word, a word is an important. And when you're having a conversation with your neighbor, perhaps about where his land ends and where yours starts, these are important questions.
Or your cattle that have gone over to his side,
and
are
or
eating
your sheep that are eating on his potatoes or something like this.
Or Okeke's wife was going to eat.
That is dangerous territory. Dangerous territory. But along you can. Is that what is in Gigi?
It is a story. It's a story. Ndu will give you that.
I'll give you the story of Okeke's
Give
wife.
the story.
So,
just now.
Okeke and his wife, for long, she kept saying, look, we've been eating the same thing. Okeke, bring chicken. Okeke said, tomorrow, I promised my wife I'll bring chicken. Went. Tomorrow came, did not bring chicken. Okeke, where is chicken? Okeke said, tomorrow.
I'm bringing.
Is it chicken that's your problem? I'm bringing chicken. That's how Okeke's wife waited. Okeke did. So, fine, it was market day. She cornered him and said, Okeke, where is chicken? Today is market day. He said, in fact, don't worry. When I go and I finish what I'm doing, I will pass by the market and bring chicken. Came home with no chicken in hand. She said, Okeke, I've been begging you for this chicken. Why have you not brought? Let us eat chicken in this house of yours. Did not bring chicken. So the final day, she said, I'm waiting for this man to bring chicken. Let's see what he's going to do. Okeke went out. Okeke came back home. Where is my wife? Did not find his wife. He came out of his house. Looked around the yard. Where is my wife? I can't find my wife. Story. They said, check the neighbor's compound. That's how he went to the neighbor's compound inside his friend's house and found his wife doing what? Sitting
chicken.
down, doing what?
Eating chicken.
Moral of the story, CT, you best bring home chicken.
Keep to your promises.
Absolutely.
When you promise something, deliver.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We are in this at the peak of budget making cycle, Governor.
Yeah.
And I mean, we know what's happening at the national level. And
I would say the tail end.
The tail end,
the tail end
actually.
of budget making.
Right.
Like 95% of budget making steps are concluded.
What's the 5%? Just
the ceremony, and these days it doesn't even have as much pomp as before. Before, the Minister of Finance would come out of Treasury holding a briefcase flanked left and right by senior officials. He's carrying, and unfortunately it was always he. It should have been a she at some point. He's carrying his briefcase and escorted under tight security to go and read the budget in Parliament. So there was quite a bit of pomp and ceremony to it. The whole political elite would gather, diplomats included into Parliament. Then the minister, in the early days, they would say things like this: from midnight to night, the price of this is going to go up by this. And of course, it was very important because if you are Nararashi distributors, and you knew for certain that the price of Tusker was going to go up by, let us say, 20 cents, and you had a very good stock, obviously. Anyway, pomp and ceremony. But now the budget, we know what it is. What the expenditure is going to be, what the taxation is going to be, what the borrowing is going to be. So I suppose the minister will merely attempt to placate us. I'm sure he knows we are, as Kenyans, we are a bit irritated now. But,
do we need the minister's speech in Parliament?
Actually, we don't.
Because there's nothing new that he's coming to say.
In any case, in the law, it's not quite contemplated that the minister is going to make a ceremonial speech. But it is there simply because of the weight of history.
Yeah.
That's how we used to do it. It's symbolic, yeah.
Yes.
It's just a tradition.
Yes,
it's a tradition. It's symbolic.
Useless as it may be right now.
I suppose the choreography of the state involves ceremony. So perhaps one can allow ceremonies.
Okay.
Some counties, in fact, also do it, where the CEC for finance also goes to the assembly to read, but not necessary, only ceremonial.
Only. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has rubbished the government's revenue projections as over-optimistic and unrealistic amid fears they may excite insatiable borrowing to finance annual budgets in a damning assessment of the National Treasury's fiscal planning. Ms. Gathungu, in a document to the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, notes that the projections by the Treasury, which the Kenya Revenue Authority struggles to meet, is an indicator of inadequate revenue planning and forecasting. She warns that if the unrealistic projection persists, the government will find it difficult to finance its annual budgets without borrowing locally and externally, effectively escalating the public debt.
It is mischief. We are on air, so I have to find the right wording. It is mischief or bad behavior that unfortunately is also creeping into the counties. It's like this, colleagues. You already know last year what you collected in revenue, say 2.1, 2.2 trillion. What is this magic that you're going to do so that you now collect 2.9 trillion? This growth of 700 billion, where will it actually come from? Because, frankly, it is common sense. Your economy would have to be growing at an astronomical, maybe 20% per year for you to be able to, for that economy to be able to generate
an extra
700 billion. So, we do know the revenue estimates are padded. Why are they padded? Usually because you're trying to show that you have a smaller deficit than you actually do. Why? Maybe because IMF, or even just trying to cheat yourself. Why you should do that is,
Whom are you trying to show?
Yeah, well, I suspect usually IMF, you want to show IMF that you are achieving fiscal consolidation.
Right.
But surely they would know. You're not under the ground. You're on earth, where there are individuals who speak of a different situation. Why would you hide, or why would you show...
In plain sight.
In plain sight, really. Why would you do that? Because IMF, they don't live on Mars. They are here on earth. They would be able to see that this was not the situation. If you're trying to pad things and make it look better than it was, they would then be able to realize.
Well, look, IMF is, or almost all of us, we are somewhat almost obligated to believe government. It is not expected that government lies.
Oh.
It's not, even when it happens, you are sort of shocked and dismayed, or you think, did somebody actually make a mistake, or is it deliberate? We would not expect government to lie as the ordinary course of business. We wouldn't. I know you look at me
even
shock and horror, but we don't, honestly, we don't expect it like that. We expect government data and to be meaningful.
To be irrefutable, really.
Yes, otherwise, of course, the whole thing comes down. If you cannot look, in the economy, who is the custodian of most data?
It's government.
It's government.
Yes.
The decisions we make in the private sector, like which sector do you want to invest in? Is it growing? Is it stagnant and whatever? You are relying on data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which is part of Treasury. You honestly expect quite a bit of fidelity. But obviously, when you look at the data and you see year after year, the revenue estimate, KRA can never really quite get to it. Of course, also, even you as an analyst, as an economist, you say, well, what is the estimate based on? And part of that is, I expect growth to be at this level. Therefore. Now, again, you have to be careful about that growth. What is the source of that growth? Because some sources of growth do not translate to taxes. Let me say in simpler English. When you build the SGR, that
300 or 400 billion goes plonk into the GDP number. It's a nice number. But the SGR, that project is not subject to tax. So you cannot expect any tax from it. Tax will come when CT and Derito and others are producing and using this railway to move their production.
Right.
So if CT and Derito are not producing, this major investment here is not going
It's
to
not
yield
generating
tax. And that has been the thing about Kenya. For the last 10, 15 years, we have had growth, but that growth has come from big ticket infrastructure. So we cannot translate to tax. What do you need to do as government is to create the condition for production to happen so that they
can
use
the infrastructure.
This infrastructure. So again, when government says, we must move from 14%, I don't know, to 22% tax to GDP, it's a bit of pie in the sky that is based on a refusal to accept what is the composition of the growth of your GDP. Now, since really, again, I can see my sister here is looking at me in shock and horror. Well, these men and women in government, we do not believe that they are foolish.
Exactly.
I really don't. Because yesterday when they were not in government, they sounded quite clever. What happened this morning that they got into government?
So you tell us, because you've been in government. What happens to you people when you get into government?
Well, actually, that's really the big question for our times, CT. I think it goes to the motivations for why people go into government. I, like many Kenyans, believed people seek political leadership because genuinely they want to go into power or to use that power to create change that is beneficial to society. I later came to learn that I was mistaken. That many of my colleagues in government came into it as a platform for wealth accumulation.
Okay.
So people go into government because they see government as their shop, as their duka. So when, somebody actually said this to me now to my face, that through all this, we don't understand your behavior. We know you have come from World Bank and IFC and so on, but we don't quite understand this behavior because we don't see you interested in the things that others are interested in. So, so that is why. So people, they'll be in the private sector or in these development institutions, they'll be doing certain things, but they go into government for the purpose of trying to get rich. So the decisions they make, the decisions, look, ask yourself, let me just come around. County, what are they called? County integration and something centers, and production centers.
KIPES. They're called County Aggregation Integration.
Yes.
PACs.
Very nice title. But tell me, Eric, have you actually identified the businesses that will operate from that space?
So that was the next phase of the conversation.
So why build it?
So every county identifies.
So why build it?
What happens? What value addition happens in your county?
Where is the evidence that what SMEs are lacking in every county is a park?
Was it demand driven?
Was it data driven?
Where is the evidence? And you can ask a different question. By the way, what happened to the constituency industrial centers? Are they under use? You can ask a different question. What happened to the markets that we built during economic stimulus back in Uhuru time when he was finance minister? How is it that even today many of those markets are not under use? Why would you need to build yet others on top of those? So, that decision can only be driven by other considerations. It cannot be that truly, you can ask a different question even. Kenya industrial estates. started before any of us in this room were born. Where are we with it? Because KIE builds up to date, builds industrial parks. Well, if you have, it's a government parastatal. Why would you need to go and start a new thing?
Dorito, so then can't we extrapolate that same question here? Because I think we've been at pains to try and understand why, in the face of an already crippling economy, because that's what we're looking at here, how do we say that the economy is crippling when your people are not able to live with what is currently going on? Access to credit is a problem, debt through the roof at an individual micro and at a government macro level. That is gone through the roof. It's crazy. So now you say, in the light of that, why would you then bring in some tax policies which, if anything, make life even much more unbearable for people? Why would you do that? So for me, there's the answer to the question. Because the interest of these people for which government is supposed to be the vanguard is not front and center in terms of priority. That the reason why people have gone into government to seek work is not to make the country better, but it is to make themselves better.
It is to
Could
make
we not
themselves
answer the question about this tax issue that we're looking at in the same light? Could we not?
It is in the same light, you see, and unfortunately the budgeting process is warped that way, if I could use that term. Because we start on the expenditure side and say, okay, what do we want to spend? And then make the decisions. How will we finance what we have already decided we are going to do? Now, since what we are going to do is driven by how much commission, how much money
you make out of
will the minister or the PS or the other technocrats make out of the whole process, they make, and then we go looking for how to finance. Now, how to finance, you can either tax,
or borrow,
or both. Actually, you're doing both. So we end up taxing the Kenyan, to the extreme, and also borrowing to the extreme in order to finance this wasteful, shall I say, inappropriate expenditure that is driven by individual commercial interests.
It's not criminal.
Well, unfortunately, I would have to say no.
It's not criminal, so it's allowed. It's okay.
No, it's wrong. But is it? You see, it's difficult to prove criminality. Take this county industrial aggregation, whatever. It sounds really nice that you are saying we are building this place so that counties can do industrialization. It sounds very credible. At least if you know how to spin, it sounds like you are saying something useful. But when you peel the onion to say, is this policy really appropriate? And even if you build it with marble and all of this, and CT and Dirito and all the other SMEs cannot find 5 affordable shillings to do production inside that building, what will it be for?
It will be a white elephant.
Yeah. So is it criminal? It's difficult to prove criminality in an ordinary. But of course, it is completely wrong policy. But you raise an important point. I have been arguing in recent times that we must find some way to hold to personal responsibility or individual responsibility. In Kibaki time, I think driven mainly by CT and others, some idea had arrived that senior that political responsibility, and you would recall what would happen if something went wrong in your ministry. You would be told to resign.
Yes.
Even, and then people would say, but I did nothing wrong. And the answer was, it's not about you, Eric, individually being the wrongdoer, but something went wrong under your watch. Yeah. So you take political responsibility. I feel like we need to go back to that idea and push it even further to say some of these decisions, we must be able to hold people accountable. For example, when you create burden
to the citizen sort of willfully, you willfully do something that you know is going to
bring pain.
Pain for
actually. That's criminal.
Let's take a break. It's 25 minutes to 8. Nerito Muriithi is an economist. He's the managing director of a company called Okoh Capital Limited. You'll tell us what that does, right? He's also the former governor of Laikipia County. He's previously been an assistant minister for planning in the National Treasury. So when you talk about budgeting and planning and thinking ahead, he has been there, he's done it. So let's understand, now that we are here towards the tail end of our budget making process, and also looking at counties and how we're talking about tax this, tax the other, it's breathing, tax it. How does it benefit us?
Indeed.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Bow! Yes, 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 yes.
Oh, wow!
Yes, yes, yes. Umeona hiyo bao? Bao gani? Kwani wewe unasherekea nini? Bro, KRA ni kama umenipea discount. Discount?
We acha zako.
Cheki, nilikuwa na deni ya 148,396 shillings na KRA wameniambia nilipe 88,396 shillings bila penalties na interest. Na isitoshe, wamenikubalia nilipe pole pole, bora tu nimalize deni by 30th June 2024.
We acha zako. Ebu nione.
Ndio hii.
The Kenyan Revenue Authority is forgiving all penalties and interest on outstanding tax debt for periods up to December 31st, 2022. Pay off your tax liability in easy installments by 30th June 2024 and watch your penalties and interest vanish from your profile. Visit the KRA website on guidelines on how to apply and apply now via iTax. Terms and conditions apply. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
For years, Kenchik has been your go-to for top-notch chicken. But now, we've got something new cooking up. Canned beef. Tukona beef, made from grass-fed, tender and flavorful beef. Canned beef is the perfect choice for all your beefy cravings. And to tell you just how good it is, we have Mercy, who will try it for the first time.
Hii saucy ni moto, the explosion of flavors, where the juiciness, it's unlike anything I've ever tasted before.
She now has only one choice when it comes to beef sausages. This will be great for a power breakfast or a quick snack. What are you guys waiting for? Get canned beef now at all leading supermarkets, from beef sausages, beef burgers and boers. Canned beef, choice ni moja, taste ni noma.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 13. Looking into Nakuru, highs of 26 as well, and we'll see highs of 25 in Nyeri. Eldoret will see highs of 22 today. We're looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa, going to highs of 30, and in Malindi we'll see highs of 30 as well. Partly cloudy conditions throughout today. Kisumu is sunny at 20, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Kakamega at 18. Kampala is sunny at 20, with Dar es Salaam sunny at 24, and into a clear Johannesburg at 3 degrees. Mogadishu at 26 is sunny, with Addis Ababa at 14 sunny as well. It's 26 degrees, going to highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Lagos, and at 22, Kinshasa is cloudy, going to highs of 31. It's busy in the city this morning, everywhere you look, really. Coming off Gong Road on one side, and if you go over to the side coming off of James Gishuru through towards Waiaki Way, that's pretty busy as well. Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, that area going then towards Limuru Road, all busy getting into the CBD this morning. Very heavy traffic along Muranga Road, and then getting to the Globe Cinema roundabout. All right, it also continues coming off the Eastern Bypass, that's heavy, and Outer Ring, then going all the way through to the Thika Superhighway. Some traffic coming off of Jogo Road, and that's going to spill over towards Lusaka Road, but the rest of it towards Landis and out towards the CBD. Not too bad on Mombasa Road, you're doing all right till you get to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, all the way from Lolongo. And then you get onto Haile Selassie, or rather onto Huru Highway, and there's traffic through towards the Haile Selassie junction in your bits and bobs here and there. All right, into traffic hour now. Let's see what happens. As we go through it, we'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues with Nderitu Murray, the MD Eco Capital Limited, on taxes versus expenditure. City.
You know, the question that Ndu asked, yes, and the question which His Excellency responded to, it is true, it is difficult to actually even understand or prove culpability. But then, if you look at the decisions that are made and then you look at the eventuality and the consequences, you can impute criminality. If resources that are meant to cater for simple things like the building of roads or providing health services or ensuring children go to school, if these are misappropriated, then the very things that are supposed to happen don't happen. If agreements that are supposed to be honored between the government and their doctors is not honored, doctors do not go to work, people die. You know, when you talk about the numbers, you don't get the story. When you talk to individuals who've lost loved ones because of it, I know, because this weekend I had a very, very, very close friend who was cremated. And if I look at the problems that they had and how it got to the point where they died, it's because there were no doctors to care for them at a very critical time. In my mind, if you are responsible because of the decisions you've made for the death of individuals, that's now crime against humanity. Criminality is not just imputed, it is proven.
Without a doubt. I mean, I think if we had sort of really forward-looking prosecutors or very public-spirited prosecutors trying to... Because, in fact, let's start with something quite simple, like, say, the way the cancellation of contracts that exist, like you're saying, or not honoring existing contracts, either for service provision or of whatever kind. If you think about the Greenfield terminal here at the airport.
Yes.
So a government makes a decision to cancel, but that decision will cost Kenya.
Yes.
You know, several dozens of billions
an
of
amount
shillings.
of money that could have completed the project.
That could have completed the project, or could have been used
elsewhere.
Yes. in provision of health services.
Yes.
So the persons who made that decision, should we not hold them to some level of personal responsibility? I agree with you, we should. Otherwise, the way the thing is, you know, people honestly continue to make decisions, not because they don't know, but driven, as I said, by individual, commercial type interests. So people are looking for where to make money for themselves or for their cronies or for their contractor friends. And those decisions are not really to the benefit of the rest of the public.
Would you say that the leadership at the very top really does point us into the direction that decision making of this sort, of this nature, can take place?
The tone at the top is the most crucial. What you will see, if you as a political observer, you will see the character, the culture has changed quite considerably. If you look at the last 3 or 4 administrations, that, for example, during President Moi's time, the culture at the top was very sort of gossipy, and government went, so if the president went one direction of the republic, you went there, because if you are not there, your colleagues will get you hounded out, which was very wasteful, because government was always on the move. The character of the NAC administration was a bit more professional, albeit that they got into Anglo-leasing and so on, but generally it was understood. If you are caught with your hand in the till, you are by yourself, and you actually go out. Yeah. When you go into Jubilee, you see less of that, where people accused that, oh, your ministry is corrupt, or you yourself or whatever, get actually protection. And therefore, that culture comes back. And if you look at this administration, I would have to say that culture is now really back.
Full blown.
Full blown. I mean, parliamentary committees are not even hiding when if who unto you if they're inquiring into something you are involved in, and they'll say, well, wapi was there, openly in the public. They are not hiding it.
But anyway, when it comes to that personal responsibility as the holder of office and as the leader, we see that a lot, that argument being brought out a lot by governors who say, I have a chief officer. I mean, I'm only the governor. The accounting officer is the chief officer. The accounting officer is somebody else. Why are you asking me all these questions? Why should I take responsibility?
Well, personal responsibility or political responsibility, as we called it in NAC times. And again, I would give you just a very old example. One time, many years ago, there was a train crash in India, and the Minister for Transport resigned. I mean, obviously, he was not the managing director of the railway corporation or the chairperson or whatever, but something had gone dramatically wrong under his watch, and that is what political responsibility is about. Of course, we ourselves as citizens, we also ought to be punishing. Yet what we do really seem to do is to glorify this bad behavior. If people are accused of corruption, shortly we begin to say, now we retreat to our tribes and we say, huyu ni wetu, mtu wetu ana
ni vita.
Ni vita. So we seem to reward this bad behavior.
I want to come back into budgeting.
Yep.
And as we're looking at national government, we've talked about it a lot, and we seem to be forgetting that counties are also coming up with their own budgets, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So there's 400 billion shillings of equitable revenue that will go to counties, and they're also expected to make their own budgets, factoring in own source revenue,
which they have. And the budget cycle is the same both for national and county government. You start off at county level, we call it county fiscal strategy paper, and you release it way in January, which is saying my expectation of my economy is this way. My expectations about my expenditure will be at this level. Therefore, I would expect to raise this amount of taxes, and if you do intend to borrow, you show the borrowing that you're going to undertake. That is followed by a debt management paper. If you do intend, whether you intend to borrow or not, you must present a debt management paper. So if you intend to borrow, you say, okay, I don't intend to borrow. And if you intend to borrow, you say, this is how. That is the case both at national government. By this time, you have released the estimates, what we call printed estimates. So even now, if you go to the Treasury website, you will find 5-6 gigantum budget books that show the expenditure items proposed for the coming year. You will find, for example, OP budget is going up. The office of the deputy president, all these budgets are actually going up by 2-3 billion. So they are not really cutting there. Same case with counties. Counties have presented their county fiscal strategy papers, have done whatever. By now, they ought to have released the printed estimates. And counties will also by now have released their finance bills. And the finance bill is the annual, I guess, taxation law. But what we should remind the listener is that the finance bill only talks about what is changing. It talks about what is changing, not necessarily
repeating everything.
You see, like income tax, there's an income tax act. VAT, there's a VAT act, like that. The finance bill shows what is changing. And it's the same in the case of counties. And counties are expected to raise revenues. Now, I want to be careful here because maybe 70%, and look, this is just my own guesstimate, but a large portion of county revenue is not tax in the ordinary sense. It is a fee for service. In the national government, it is what is called appropriations in aid. Just complicated wording, but what it means, when you pay for something. So most county revenue is a fee for service, and that's a difference between what counties are doing in national government. As a matter of fact, there have been some attempts, for example, to say, can KRA not help counties to increase revenue? And KRA has found it a bit difficult because, you see, KRA has coercive power. KRA says, pay or else. I mean, it's not a debate. Pay or else. And what you have to pay, for example, income tax, or tax on income, or VAT, you know. So, and if you don't pay, they can actually get into your bank account and take out what they think you owe them. Not the same for counties. Take health. Counties raise health, which typically we've been calling Facility Improvement Fund. They raise monies from health by providing health services. People come to your hospital, they buy meds, they come, they get laboratory services. So when you don't have, you can actually see those counties that are doing better on service provision are
raising more money.
In own source revenue. And as a matter of fact, counties, in just another 10 days, I think, we have a conference around this. And 6, 7, 8 governors sharing their experiences, those who have been growing their revenue, sharing their experiences, what actually are they doing to make this revenue go up? And what most have told us, it has to do with service provision. And health is the best example. For counties, by the way, health is 50% minimum, both of expenditure, but also of
revenue.
Comes from health. So it's slightly different. The only taxes counties have are property taxes. But the rest of it is not quite, okay, you could say single business permit. But the rest of it is a fee for service.
And many of these taxes are paid yearly, are they not?
Yes, like a single business permit is charged annually, although many counties, I think, do also agree for people to pay by installment. Property taxes, again, are annual. Interestingly, the biggest defaulter in property taxes is the national government.
It doesn't pay counties.
It doesn't pay counties. It's called contribution in lieu of rates. Since government is special, it's contribution in lieu of rates, but they don't pay.
Is it possible for this whole process that we speak of, because obviously, like we say, we're at the tail end. The budget making process began quite a while ago. So then with the announcements by the minister or such, the whole process has taken place. But from what you're saying, it's not void of politics. Is it possible? Should the budget making process not be apolitical?
Well, I mean, that is a really deep debate and question for Kenya. Until 2010, the budget making process was very much driven by technocrats, by Treasury. Remember what I was dramatizing, how the minister would come out with his briefcase. That process was seen as not really yielding for Kenya, because remember, by January of 2008, when we came near civil war, the question of inequality or inequity, that some parts of this republic had been so left behind, and had been left behind deliberately. And so the genius, if you will, of the Constitution 2010 was to say, look, budgets are about resource allocation. They are about people. I mean, how can that not be politics? So, the National Assembly was given incredible power to determine what actually goes into the budget. Although, unfortunately, the National Assembly promptly surrendered that power back to the executive. But the reality is that the National Assembly can take things out of the budget or add things into the budget. And that was supposed to democratize the budget so that moving forward, no area of Kenya is left behind because of decision makers. And those that had been left behind previously were to be brought up via the equalization fund. But we made a mistake there because the equalization fund is managed by the same bureaucracy of Treasury that had led to these inequalities in Kenya. So it is a political process. It is designed as a political process in the Constitution. So now, of course, now it gets certain expressions like 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, and other things like that, that then people get confused about.
They cloud the whole conversation.
Yes, but it is a political process. It is designed as such. Yeah.
Can that... City keeps asking this question, that even as we are talking about, division of revenue, how much is going to counties, what's the capacity of each individual county in terms of just own source revenue, and how are they faring? You're saying you're hosting a conference soon where governors will come and give their experience. Are they coming up and saying that in my county, looking at studies that have been conducted, we should be able to raise 20 billion shillings, and we've just hit 1 billion now? And,
well, as a matter
and what those challenges are, and how can we get to the 20?
As a matter of fact, they are. The Commission for Revenue Allocation has very helpfully done detailed studies to say what is the potential of Kiambu County, what is the potential of Nyeri, of Garissa, of Kisumu, of all counties of Kenya. The reality up to now, we are not even hitting 30% of potential. So governors will be saying, look, I have moved, say, from 200 million to 1 billion. Maybe my potential is 4 billion. I'm not there yet, but I'm heading there, and these are the things that I have done. And remember, because most of the revenue is a fee for service, when counties are succeeding, it means actually citizens are getting
their services
better. Well, it means several things. That perhaps people are not helping themselves to the money, but it also probably means that they are getting better and more services. That's why they are paying for them, and that's a great thing for Kenya. But yes, counties are saying, I see what my potential is, and these are the steps I'm taking to get to my potential.
But Excellency,
yes,
Excellency, forgive me for interrupting you, but you have mentioned something very pertinent there. People are not putting into their pockets what they used to. Question, when you say potential, how much is actually collected and how much is actually remitted? I know there's been this talk of, we are all using technology now. Technology can be tinkered with. Technology can be ignored. Okay? The question around understanding where the loopholes are. What CRA have done was done before, when we had councils. And it was understood at that time, the very thing you're saying. It's only a third of what was collected at that time that would actually end up in the local authority. 2/3 did not. Are we saying that story has changed?
Well, I would like to believe that story has changed, City. I mean, speaking of my experience when I was governor
which
here.
Which is the exception. We're talking about the rule here.
Indeed. We're talking about the rule, but allow me to start there. We were able to move from around 400 million to 1 billion when I was in office. I have seen many other counties. I've seen Homa Bay particularly do it quite spectacularly within a year, move from about 150 million, 160 million to 1 billion.
What?
Yes.
In a year?
In about a year and a half.
What was
150 million to
1 billion. To 1 billion
That
shillings.
is 850 million shillings.
More, yes.
But my point
that is Muranga, the same case.
It's gone to 1 billion.
It's gone to 1 billion. Now, if you ask those governors, what is it that you've done? What you will find, and Governor Wanga will explain, is that, she has used technology, she has cleaned up the people's systems. So it's a whole management process. And it's the same in Muranga. So I would like to think, yes, technology helps. Because, you see, City, when people handle cash, it's a terrible thing. So, for example, what you want to do is to stop people from handling cash. Let them pay online.
Yeah.
And now with mobile money, everybody can pay online. And those kinds of things remove the possibility of people pocketing money. Yeah.
Governor, it's always a pleasure having you here. Derito Moreithi, former governor of Laikipia County and currently the managing director of Okoh Capital Limited. He's an economist. He's been our guest. We'll be talking about the finance, the budget-making process. He'll be back soon. It's 8 a.m.
And his deputy, Gachagua Rigathi. For several weeks now, the two leaders have squabbled mainly through proteges, but here in Nakuru, each pressed their trigger. As he stood to perform the duties of welcoming President Ruto to address the gathering, Deputy President Gachagua went all out to defend his campaign for the unity of Mount Kenya and fired back at those accusing him of preaching tribalism.
The unity we are calling for is the unity of Kenya, but we are doing it bottom up. I want to say, and it's on record, Your Excellency, you know, Governor Susan Keheka knows, the amount of time I spent here in this county, Pale Molo, trying to heal the wounds of what had happened before. In Njoro, trying to heal the wounds and bring people together. I'm a peacemaker and I'm a uniter of people. And that is work, Rais, ukinikubalia nitakusaidia kuunganisha wa Kenya.
However, when he stood to address the gathering, President Ruto went for his deputy, and the president further invoked his unity drive with former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Ile nafasi mimi niko naye na deputy president na sisi wengine wote. Hiyo nafasi, kazi yetu ya kwanza ni kuunganisha watu wa Kenya wawe kitu kimoja, kwa sababu umoja ni nguvu, na katika kuungana kule tuwe na uwiano. Kenya tutembee tukiwa pamoja.
This event comes as Mount Kenya leaders such as National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah vowed not to support DP's bid aimed at growing the region economically.
Naambiwa ati ile ninasemea Western na Rift Valley nije nisemee hapa kwa mlima. Leo nilisema nimetoka Laikipia, iko mlima Kenya. Niko hapa Meru, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda Nyeri, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda Murang'a, iko mlima Kenya. Nitaenda kwetu Kiambu, iko mlima Kenya. Na nitaambia watu wetu tusikubali siasa za kututenganisha na Wakenya wengine.
Some leaders in the Rift Valley region have urged President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua to hold an emergency meeting to resolve the conflicts being witnessed in the UDA party. Cherangani politician John Njuguna said that Ruto and Gachagua need to work together as they were elected as a pair.
Rais ambao ulichaguliwa na kuchagua kwa chama ya UDA na serikali ni yako. Na naibu wako rais, msungumuse vile Wanjiko maisha yake itaenda vizuri. Walitembea pamoja kwa ndoa moja, na hawa watu bado wana safari ndefu. Wale wajumbe wako na fitina mingi, waende wafanyie wananchi wao kazi ambao walichaguliwa. Naibu wa rais apewe heshima. Alipigiwa kura na Wakenya wote vile rais alipigiwa kura.
On matters of the 2024-2025 finance bill, Njuguna urged the MPs to prioritize the interest of the common mwananchi and amend some pertinent issues in the bill.
Mimi naongelesha wale wajumbe ambao wamechaguliwa Kenya mzima. Wabunge nyinyi, kama mnapenda wananchi wenu, msikubali ipite ikiwa namna hiyo. Msijaribu kupitisha hiyo finance bill. Hiyo finance bill irudi kwa Wanjiko waweze kusikizwa maoni yao, irekebishwe, ikirudi maisha ya wananchi irudi chini. Na ndio sababu tumesema tunataka one man, one vote, one shilling. Kama vile Rigathi Gachagua anasema kule Central.
That's the news wire. I'm there, Ubaga.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, it's heavy on the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at heavy traffic coming in all the way through from the junction from Allsops out towards Muranga Road. And then it's carrying on with traffic through towards the Globe Cinema overpass, and that is quite busy. Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic, but that means it's a couple of lanes as you approach Muthaiga Square and then try to make your way into the city. That's what's happening with that. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off of Waiyaki Way. There's a lot of traffic coming out of Westerns generally on James Gishuru. Very heavy traffic all the way from Kileleshwa through towards Riverside, out towards Zima Springs, and then on to James Gishuru, crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road. Quite some traffic this morning, and it's heavy. We're also looking at traffic big on Langata Road through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then on towards Uhuru Highway. That is busy. Traffic on Jogo Road, very heavy as well. It's going through towards Landis, out towards Lusaka at the same time. So we're in traffic hour, and it's proper. Let's talk, guys. Want to keep things moving this morning? We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 after 8, how are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of the Situation Room on this 10th day of June 2024. Kenya Revenue Authority tells you have until the end of this month to apply for tax amnesty. This is if you had tax obligations and you had not remitted your taxes to KRA to the 31st of December 2022. Those taxes, have been, there's been the principal amount, there's been the penalty, and there's been interest on the penalty. So it just keeps going up and up and up and up. And you're looking at that figure now thinking, my goodness, this is a very different figure. KRA is telling you, no, let's have a conversation, CT, right?
Yes.
They're saying, come, let's have a conversation, and you can take advantage of a tax amnesty that they're offering that expires on the 30th of June this year. What does the tax amnesty come with?
Well, and it comes with several things. One, what you're referring to as the penalties and what you're referring to as interest. KRA is saying, we will do away with that. And the principle that you owe, they're also saying, we will allow you to pay in a language that Kenyans understand, installments. You can agree on how you're going to pay. Now, the reason why KRA is doing this is, you see, KRA is actually fulfilling a mandate. It's fulfilling a role. One of the things it seeks to do is to ensure that in the process of revenue collection, they do what the country needs to move along. It's that money that moves the country along. And in collecting it, you have it. When you have it, you can then meet your obligations.
Indeed. So get in touch with KRA today. You can call them on 07
11099999. You can get onto the website www.kra.go.ke, and what you need to do is go to iTax, and then you go to the debt and enforcement part where you'll find the amnesty application there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Do the thing, 30th of June, you'll be fine.
Very good. Later this week, you need to have Showmax subscription up on top because there's a new show coming up on Showmax.
17th of June, Gigi will premiere Jericho. Jericho is a
Right.
It's the civil rights. It's the part where this fantastic drama takes place. It's 4 girls and they're trying to make life happen. Jules is what you would call the leader of this group. Pack. Thank you. The pack quickly turns into a gang because they're saying in order for us to succeed in this life, crime seems to be the pick of choice.
Wow.
Her brother gets accepted into this really hoity-toity international school, and she says, look man, the only way for us to pay the school fees here is to do like that. So they start doing like that, and it's a group of 4 young girls trying to make their way through life, and they run into a mobster. They do all kinds of things.
My share Gigi.
Nakwambia. So it could be Kijiji, but so it's the life that they take on, and the whole story goes through the different things that they had to do or were forced to do or chose to do in order to survive. You want to watch it, 17th of June on Showmax. This and many other great programming that's available on Africa's upgraded streaming platform. Shika Showmax today because you can watch for as low as 300 shillings per month. You download the app on your Google App Store or your Apple App Store, your Google Play Store. Get it, or you log on to www.showmax.com. Find out your preferred subscription, and then you get on and you start watching. It's great stuff. All in HD, by the way. Stuff like Gigi and stuff, all in HD.
Very good. It's budget week, and so this week we're having very many financial conversations. Our next financial conversation is about printing money, or something like that, or thereabouts. Tony Mweti is the director of Clarkhampton Limited and a member of the Modern Monetary Forum. He's our guest for the next hour. Tony, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me here.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're going to tell us a lot of things about you printing money and all, and money. Does money grow on trees? I can tell you, money grows on beef. Well, explain that to me.
It does. So does taste. You've heard of Kenchik? You must have, for sure. So it's for years a great legacy of great chicken, those that somersault and those that do not. But hey, Kenchik said, you know what? The same quality assured that we gave you with chicken, we're going to do it with beef, because we realize people like beef. So how about we deliver that same quality but with beef? Got beef? You should, because Ken Beef now is offering you great products: sausages, mincemeat, burger patties, all sorts of fantastic things. I tasted, I know. I've tasted and I've seen that Ken Beef is good. So what you need to do is go down to any supermarket and pick up some of these products. It's great stuff, I hear. Apparently in Laikipia, the farms are rolling, springs are flowing, cows are eating, and they're just being made fat and happy to get these products delivered in your supermarket and then on your plate. It's good stuff. Try it. Tell them Ndu sent you.
Interesting. I've never. This is new, right? I think
it is.
Yes, the campaign. I saw the big billboards, right?
It is new, but it is good.
It's new. Ken Beef by Kenchik.
Ken is probably call it Kenchik Beef for what's going to be eventually.
It's Ken Beef by Kenchik.
But it's Ken Beef, eh?
Ken Beef by Kenchik. Okay.
Very interesting.
Choice ni moja.
Taste ni noma.
Bas. Tony, City will welcome you with the day's proverb, and this week the proverbs are from the Republic
of Zambia. Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word.
Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word. What's your interpretation of this?
Could that mean it is take your neighbor's word more seriously? Consider your community, your peers, much more seriously.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
Take your neighbors more seriously. Don't just jump
when
over.
When people say things,
words.
don't just dismiss what they're saying.
That's a good one. So, Tony, what is the Modern Monetary Forum? You'll start with us and then you'll tell us what Clarkhampton does.
Yes, so Modern Monetary Forum is an international group of economists. We're about 1,000 of us in different parts of the world. But the main proponents sit in the US and Australia. And we are all advocating and trying to lobby our governments and our institutions to adopt this MMT setup that I'll be discussing here today. Yes, and so as far as I know in Kenya, perhaps the only one. I haven't met another member. It's voluntary. Anyone can just subscribe and join the group.
How many members does the forum have?
The forum internationally is over 1,000 of us.
Okay.
Yes.
Individual economists.
Individual economists, yes.
Not organizations.
Not organizations.
So the membership is by individuals.
It's just individuals.
What do you advocate?
We're saying governments of sovereign nations can never go broke.
Okay.
We're saying that the government is the source of its own currency.
Okay.
And that the lens nations have been wearing so far is that taxation or taxes are the source of their own currency, which then leads us to have the wrong solutions, because the model in and of itself subscribes that the source to be taxation rather than the source to be the government within its exclusive mandate or power to create the currency.
Okay. Still don't get it. Continue.
Right. I'll tell you this.
So the government prints money. That's what you're saying, right?
Not only,
the,
yes.
the government has its, for example, the Kenyan government and the shilling. The Kenyan government knows how many shillings are in circulation.
Right.
Okay. But then you're saying that the source of wealth for the Kenyan government is we are going to raise money by taxing the individuals and corporates in this country. In shillings.
Yes.
What's the issue there?
So that is where we have been wrong. The government is looking for the Kenya shilling, while in itself it is the source of the Kenya shilling. We are going into the market to try and get taxation from the private sector. And we're in a season where we're really talking about taxes right now. And the taxes are insufficient. And thereby the government is taxing us even higher, isn't it? The lens we are wearing is what is wrong. Why would the license holder of an inexhaustible asset go and get that asset from an area where it is exhaustible?
And this inexhaustible item is what exactly?
So this inexhaustible item is this. There cannot have been a Kenya shilling if there was no Kenya government. So pre-independence, there was no Kenya shilling. So the Kenya government could not have gone to tax the Kenyan citizen to try and get the Kenya shilling. There was no Kenya shilling to be able to tax.
But there was a common currency.
There was a common currency, but there was no Kenya shilling.
It was not the Kenyan shilling.
Yes, there was no Kenya shilling. So when we then become a nation and decide to want to be sovereign, we then create a currency, which every nation does. So we have the Kenya shilling. The source of the Kenya shilling can only be the Kenya government. We cannot go to America to borrow the Kenya shilling from them. We can borrow the dollar, convert it to the Kenya shilling, and then utilize it in the Kenya shilling. But there is no other source. The Kenya government is the sole and exclusive license holder of the Kenya shilling.
True.
With that in mind, that tool that you have puts the Kenya government or governments in another dimension other than us who are currency users. You and I are currency users. The government of Kenya is the currency issuer. So they play or should play in a whole different manner. The rules of the game change when they wear the lens that says, wait a minute, we are the government, we are currency issuers.
Yes, you are.
And so if we have a deficiency, and I'll go further and say there are disclaimers to that model, but if you say you have a deficiency, which the Kenya government is saying and has been in a deficient state for quite a while, the idea is then you don't go to the market to look for something that you're the issuer yourself. Why not issue that money and put it on the table?
Okay. So what you're saying essentially is that instead of going to look for more money via way of taxation in the country, that what the government ought to do is print more money.
Create more money, yes. Because it is the issuer.
Okay. So at will, I would assume that there are reasons why the government, any government per se, doesn't just print money at will.
Yes.
Doesn't just print their currency at will when there is a lack.
Yes.
And there are reasons economically as to why that doesn't happen.
Yes.
So in this space whereby you're looking obviously for more money to be able to do many things, run government, pay debt responsibility, make sure that fiscally there is responsibility as well, and make sure that then the responsibility of government is sorted out in different sectors, health, education, infrastructure, etc., etc. That's essentially what you look for money for.
Yes.
And that you do that through taxation. But in the event whereby it is not enough, like what we are seeing now, I am still trying to establish that you're saying what the government needs to do is print more.
Okay. In the area of money printing, inflation is the relevant risk. So by no means am I saying let's print willy-nilly all that we can and use all that we can be able to issue out. No. But what I'm also saying is this: the finances are not, the government is not broke. It's not a financial limitation, it is an inflation limitation. The limit is not money. The limit is what that money can do in the market, either for good or for bad.
So you're suggesting that what that money can do is determined by the supply of that money. How much of it is available in the market?
It is determined by the demand. It is the demand that can avail the resources. So we need to, I'll give you an international story.
All right.
Every year since 1932, American government has openly printed, created, they do it digitally, electronically, but we call it printing for the sake of understanding, has printed about 10% of its annual budget every single year. And it's not doing this in secret. It just doesn't call it printing. They have an economic name for it. But every single year. So what happened in 1932? That's when President Roosevelt came into power. The country was, this was when they had the Great Recession, right? So he came on the back of
the
that.
Great Depression.
Yeah, that was what? The Great Recession, I think. Is it depression? The depression that time?
The 1930s.
Which year was it?
1930s. So that's the Great Depression.
That's the Depression.
Yes.
And that's how he won his ticket, just like our President Ruto. He came and said, I can fix this economy. Things are going bad, right? Very few, people are working, banks have closed, there's a run on the dollar. He comes on the back of that and says, I can bring change. He's then approached by who then became a famous economist called John Maynard Keynes. His name is probably quoted here. This is how Keynes
came with the Keynesian theory.
This is how Keynes came into the limelight. He said, fine. There are no taxes to collect. We're in a recession, we're in a depression, there's no money to collect. Where is Kenya right now? We're in a situation exactly like that. There are not enough taxes to collect. But yet you have a development agenda as a government, right? So Keynes tell him, don't worry. I'll show you how to do this. You, Mr. Roosevelt, and the government you represent are the currency issuer. We can generate enough money to catalyze the economy. But you need projects in which to be able to fund, right? So don't just print money and put it out on the street. So what did they do? They had a massive, massive infrastructure project. If you go to the US, all those libraries, all the old airports, museums, prisons, art centers, they were built between 1932 and 1945. Why did they build them? So that demand can be what the money satisfies. So they went and employed Americans in large numbers and said, fine, no problem. If you have a job, we shall backstop that job with this newly created money. You understand that? So they created the demand and then fulfilled the supply of that demand. Every single year since 1932, that is what they did. America went from the Great Depression, and within 5 years, they were back to superpower status. In fact, they came out of it so quickly, they joined the World War and were the main catalyst for that World War being won.
Essentially, what you're saying is that the government decided to be the big spender.
The government should always be the biggest spender. But yes, if you don't understand that you have the tool to be able to catalyze the economy, the government is looking to the citizens to get money from the citizens. What I'm saying, it's actually the opposite way. It's the citizens who need the government's money. What is the government's money? It's the Kenya shilling. And it's the ability to create it in a structured manner that will not cause inflation.
Okay. Is there an end to one and a beginning to the other? So let's say, for instance, you have this structured way of creating the money, right? Of generating the money. You put it into those, let's say, earmarked projects that are catalytic in nature. Once the people then have the demand for the money and they start using this money, then you can say now the next source of government expenditure will come from the taxes, can't you?
Yes. It's very, very, you're very correct.
So you're not saying that stop taxing?
It'll be a political decision. It'll be a governance decision as to when and where you want to be able to stop this.
Okay, so what are you advocating for right now? Are you saying stop taxes, first of all, flood the market, not flood the market, but put money into the market?
At this point in time, in Kenya's situation, what we're trying to say is these new taxes do not need to come into play, right? We're not saying remove the old taxes. At least at this point, I'm saying these new taxes that are causing, uproar through the country do not need to come into play.
So don't raise taxes.
Don't raise taxes.
Generate more money.
Generate more money from your own capacity to be able to print that money, utilize that to catalyze the economy.
How do you balance that with inflation?
So it is a matter of how much money will cause inflation, or what kind of projects do you need to put in place that, if funded, will not cause inflation. Now, so all this can be done pre-disbursement, is what also we're advocating for. Don't do this post-disbursement, do this pre-disbursement. We've got very intelligent people at the Central Bank, at the Treasury, at the Budget Parliamentary Office, at KRA. This framework can be established.
Okay,
How much is too much?
Let's go practically, right? The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank has been meeting and has been looking at the inflation rate in the country and been looking at all those and maintaining the rate, the central bank rate, at a certain point. What are they doing? They are doing that so that they can curtail inflation, right? Yeah. So what are you saying today? Are you saying that they should just add more money into this mix? Are you saying that the government should look at, okay, we collected 2 trillion, we are collecting 2.2 trillion shillings this year, we can just still budget the 2.2 trillion shillings next year, not increase any more tax and print more money? What exactly are you saying?
So it's about targeting, right? It's about targeting. If you were to be able to spend in an area that will not cause inflation, then spend on it. If you are going to spend in an area that was going to cause inflation, don't spend on it.
Example?
It's about targeting. So a practical example is this. Currently, the biggest cause of inflation is the cost of fuel. Right? That would be the largest source. You saw when the prices were escalating, inflation continued with it. There might be other minor areas, but that's the main source currently, right? Behind the price of fuel is about an 89 shilling tax. What if you were to be able to say, fine, government, why go after that 89 shilling in the private sector? Let's deduct that 89 shilling from the cost of fuel, because that's purely a government cost, right? It's not an importation cost. It's got nothing to do with the dollar. It's 89 shillings added by the government. If you're to go and say, fine, let's knock off that 89 shillings, but let's replace it in its use in the government through money printing, money creation. What will that do? It'll knock off 89 shillings from the price of fuel today, but yet still facilitate all the development needs that the government has. So they don't have to come to us for the 89 shillings.
So where will they get the money?
They'll get the money by printing the 89 shillings.
So they can print the money for railway development, they can print the money for road maintenance and all those earmark, like you're saying.
Yes.
So it's about earmark. How much money do you need for road maintenance in this next financial year? We need, say, 60 billion shillings. So print 60 billion shillings. Don't collect it from us guys, but have it and put it in the market.
Yes. So what does that do to inflation as it is? So it's not only money printing that causes inflation. Inflation comes, via myriad of reasons.
Right.
A variety of reasons cause inflation. we can even knock off inflation by money creation rather than increase inflation by money creation.
Oh, okay. And so the assumption is that this money that will be printed that is actually going to be used for this thing that it said it's going to be used for.
Of course, that is then the assumption, right? That, yes, they use it for what they're saying.
So that they say the 89 shillings per litre of fuel that is currently in tax is going to go towards three things. For example, infrastructure, for example. So infrastructure, under all that, roads, all kinds of things. And what else does it go to right now?
School feeding program.
It goes into all these programs.
Everything.
So there's what's earmarked for
under that 89
projects,
shillings. Yeah.
And then there's what like VAT and the others that goes into the big kitty that services other services.
So we are saying that we would, if we would suddenly divorce from the current MO, right? And that this 89 shillings, if it was printed, would actually go to making sure that all of those things worked.
Yes. You're guaranteeing now that those projects can happen.
That those projects will happen.
Yes.
What if we didn't divorce from the way things currently happen and that this money was printed and it disappeared into thin air? What would happen?
So, who says they're not doing that right now?
This is exactly what I'm saying. We didn't divorce from the current MO.
So, the government is supposed to, we're taking this as they're supposed to do what's right. Right? So that's going to always be the assumption that they will do what's right with the money. So even now that this is not yet a legal framework, it is possible that they could be abusing that system behind the scenes, and we will never know, right? So why not even bring it into, why not even mainstream it? So that now it's actually considered as a source of revenue. Now, it, the various auditor generals and so on and so forth can be able to trace it and track it. They can be able to red flag it whenever this and the other happens.
They red flag things that are not happening now, Tony. They're red flagging things that are not happening now. They've been red flagging for the last 1 year, and here we are still sitting on perhaps maybe it's red flags and it's just makes a splash, and nothing happens after.
But that's a moral question. That's not necessarily because we're printing or not. That's a moral question. The kind of leadership.
But how do we know that we actually haven't been printing?
That's the other question. Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 9. Our guest this morning is Tony Mweti. He is the director of Clark Hampton Limited. He's an economist and a member of a forum of economists from around the world. He tells us that call themselves the Modern Monetary Forum. He says he's probably the only one in this country who is a member of that forum. And they're advocating for structured money printing. And he says that can rescue Africa's economies. What does that mean? There was a clip that was going around on social media a couple of days ago of this girl who says, okay, me guys, I don't understand this thing.
I saw it.
Government is saying it's broke. Government is paying debt. So government is raising taxes. Why can't government just print money and pay debt?
Print and give it.
Simple. Print pesa, papaleka China, Malaysia deni. What's this whole issue?
Surely.
Maybe that's the conversation we're having here. It's on.
I would
be back shortly.
Yeah.
Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Planning an outdoor event and in need of a remarkable venue? Your search ends here. Explore the peaceful ambience of the Green Park Garden located at the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. Whether it's a corporate affair, a joyous birthday celebration, a dreamy wedding, or any special event, our serene ambience sets the perfect stage. Marvel at the diverse array of plants, each with its unique texture, color, and fragrance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Don't miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. To reserve your spot in our green sanctuary, contact Greg at 0714-673547. Embrace nature's touch at Green Park Garden.
One of the things that ail our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
The sun is making an appearance in Nairobi, 14 degrees. We'll see highs of 22, highs of 23. In a sunny Nakuru at 16, and it's 15 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 23 in a sunny Eldoret at 13. It's sunny at 24 in Mombasa and 27 and sunny in Malindi, while Kisumu rising at 20 now with highs of 28. We'll see Kakamega at 18 now, going to highs of 28 as well. It's sunny in Kampala with highs of 27, while in Dar es Salaam at 24, sunny as well, going to highs of 30. It's 3 degrees and clear in Johannesburg with highs of 16, while Mogadishu is sunny at 26, going to highs of 31. Addis Ababa will see highs of 24, currently sunny at 14. Lagos, cloudy at 26 with highs of 31. And it's mostly cloudy at 22 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 31.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, really busy on Jogoo Road this morning. Traffic on Lusaka Road is going to come all the way through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and that's spilling over from Jogoo Road. Folks coming off of Landis, then trying to find their way towards Kamkunji. Others are trying to use the other route to get into the city. All right, Moranga Road was clogged from morning, still is the case as you come off the Thika Superhighway, and that's really still busy from Allsops at the junction. Uhuru Highway through to the CBD, very busy this morning, and it continues for some time. As you come out of Westlands, you'll see some traffic that's heavy, then leaving James Gishuru and crossing over in from Lavington, Mzima Springs, all of this finding its way through to the Red Hill Link Road. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE, hashtag the Situation Room.
Intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So our conversation continues with Tony Mwite, structured money printing, and how that could have an impact on several economies, giving the example of Kenya. City, you had a question before we went.
Well, I did ask, how do we know that we haven't been printing money anyway? After all, we just print it here into our...
But we must be printing money anyway.
We do print it. That's why we have new notes. But who says that we haven't been just printing it? You see, the discussion around money is the discussion around value. Now, there used to be something called a gold standard, which was abundant after the depression of 1930s, meaning whatever currency one spoke of had to equal the value of the gold that they had. And they realized this thing is not working very well. So that's when we introduced this fiduciary issue that we have. And the reason why these notes work, the reason why we have them, is not because they have value. The value is trust.
Yes.
You can talk about what it can buy, but it's essentially trust. That is why they work. That is actually the gold standard that we use for these currencies that we use around. Now, when someone says you print more, I understand what is being said, and I understand that it even makes sense up to a certain point. But Kenya has a unique situation.
What's that?
See, it isn't as though we don't have money circulating in the country. It's that the circulation of money isn't, let me put it simply, it's not that you print money and then you distribute it to people. No. Money is supposed to go into things activities that create value. And the understanding is that creates what we call employment. Employment creates a situation where people get paid, etc., etc., etc. So circulation of money has to be money in people's hands, and the value is what else we do with it. Now, here in Kenya, we have a unique problem, as I started off with. The unique problem is that every time you hear of a project which is supposed to bring about what I've just said, you expect the complete opposite to happen, because the money doesn't really go to what it's intended for.
That's not unique to Kenya, though.
Well, it's Kenya that I have great experience with, so it has to be my reference point.
Do you, like ordinary citizens, know at any point how much money is in circulation?
Unless you bother to read about it, you won't.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not, an everyday thing that you're holding because it's written, this is a serial number, now that we have X number of notes out or shillings out in the market. So there are people who know.
Yes.
There are people in the central bank who know how much money is in circulation,
yes,
how much more they are printing, and all those things at the central bank and in the national treasury, right?
Yes. Yes.
What determines the decision? What determines the decision to either allow money to circulate, to hold back money, to print more?
Eric, can I go just slightly back before we get to your point, if I may?
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's this little matter of that money being available, okay? Through the manner in which I mentioned, but also through processes where you can actually borrow.
Mm-hmm.
Government policy can make it easier for you to borrow.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the very thing, now going back to what you're saying, those policies can make it difficult for you to borrow. Yes. So if you can't access the money as an individual, then at an individual level, the circulation will be limited simply because I cannot access it.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, so accessing it becomes difficult. So then comes to your point, and then we ask the question, the thinking behind these decisions that bring about this. Yes.
The decision on how much money is floating around in the economy. Well, it's a central bank. It's a central bank issue.
What do they base it on?
And largely, it's for ease of trade, right? So there's supposed to be enough currency circulating so that there's ease of trade. That
what we see here, because what they seem to do, we seem to see trade being restricted and constricted. In fact, almost strangle-held or hold, because those policies, as you say, are supposed to make business flow easy. But does it happen in this country?
No, not quite, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And those are the major concerns as a nation we have. And for us MMT economists, and that's why we're coming up with some of these new, more radical alternative solutions, is trying to say there is a cog in the middle of the framework that is missing. Like those, puzzles that you play with. There is an essential piece missing. And when that piece is missing, the whole building doesn't stand very
What pieces is that missing? Sorry.
It is the understanding that the government doesn't have to go anywhere to look for the Kenya shilling. The government has no financial constraint. It has an inflation restraint. The government can inject liquidity at will.
But it does that.
No, it doesn't. It only passes in that which it has collected from you. It only reinvests that which it has collected in taxes. So when the economy is bad as it is now, the government then says, we don't have enough money. We are seeing salary delays. We're seeing county revenue delays, 3, 4, 5 months. And this has been happening for at least 2 years because there's not enough to collect. The government does not have to rely on collection. It is the issuer of the currency.
But there's several things here, Tony.
It creates money in a non-inflationary manner. It can inject liquidity into the market and catalyze the economy.
But it does inject liquidity into the market.
From money acquired from taxes or debt?
Both.
No, I'm saying it is. That's the only sources that it's a...
And in some instances, maybe by controlling and printing fresh currency. Maybe.
It is not a policy for sure. If they are currently printing in the sense of printing to inject it as an investment, then it's not policy.
So what are you saying is that go ahead and print. If you don't have money to pay salaries at the end of this month, print the money to pay salaries.
If you're doing it as a stopgap measure, yes, you can easily say, fine, for salaries, let's do this. But I'm advocating for a framework that utilizes money printing as one of the revenue streams.
How regular would this be?
It's a governance and political question to answer. It is as we need as a nation. So it has no necessary end. The end is determined by the demand, by what is happening in the economy. It could be 6 months, it could be 2 years.
Let's say this happens. Money is printed. Like theoretically speaking, how many billions would you need to print? Just for purpose of a discussion, yes.
So at this point in time, if I was in another hot seat like this hot seat I'm sitting on, perhaps somewhere in Treasury or somewhere there, I would be looking at a national job guarantee program.
Okay. How much would this cost?
Employment is high.
So hire people into government.
Hire people into government. Mop up they lose unemployment, create employment. So we can then do the calculation.
So you print money so that you can pay people.
Salary.
Yes. Our bill right now we're told is 1 billion shillings. Is that not so?
Trillion.
That is what we billion for paying salaries.
Yes.
But that's the current.
That is why CS Moses Kuria was up in arms and saying it's not possible that we can keep this money.
1 trillion shillings is what we use to pay.
Yes.
So all these people get paid.
Yes.
Then why does the government have a problem raising money?
So let's go to the unemployment. We have about 3 million unemployed.
You recruit these people into government.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
These are, and most likely it'll be entry level types of jobs. Right?
Okay.
If you had a calculator, they would calculate maybe entry level could be about 50,000 shillings. I think that's what entry level for military is. So 3 million people times that 50,000. That's how I would go. That's how I would go about it. Now, in order to avoid inflation at that level, you'd still stagger that in. I wouldn't employ 3 million people today. But I would have the target of 3 million and start perhaps with 500,000 every 3 months or so. It's because suddenly if you have all that money hitting the economy, then all these people are buying bread, milk, sugar. That's then what causes inflation, you see? That sudden high demand. But you can still scale it in. Remember what I said, we don't have a financial problem as a government. Inflation is the risk.
Mm-hmm.
So the government can employ all the unemployed people as long as that's not inflationary.
Okay.
And the government can scale it in over perhaps 1 year.
The government employing all of these people with this money, essentially what you're saying is that then this money that is printed essentially goes towards paying people,
salaries.
But it's paying salaries in drips. It's not just one time it going out and giving it to everybody. However, how would you curtail that? Because these individuals, because they're individuals, they're not entities, individuals that you're paying essentially are still going back into the market to spend this that you've paid to them.
And so that's what I'm saying. What you do in a national job guarantee program, you don't employ the 3 million at once.
Okay.
You can guarantee that you're going to employ them, but then January to March, 500,000 employed. So these are the ones earning. January to March, this first cohort of 500,000 are earning. March to another month, the next 500,000. So you scale it in, right? So that by the end of the year, or even by the end of 2 years, you've mopped up that unemployment. And you have drivers, cooks, security guards, so on and so forth. You can even second people to the private sector.
So long as it's not inflationary.
As long as it's not inflationary.
What is inflation?
Too few goods.
No, it's too much money.
Too much money chasing
after few
goods.
Okay, how would that happen?
So if you, for example, employed all the 3 million people today, and let's say that by the end of the month, they're all buying a packet of bread.
You're paying each of them 50,000
shillings. Every day, each of those 3 million people buy a packet of bread, and a loaf of bread and a packet of milk, right? So suddenly you have a need for 3 million loaves of bread every single day.
Right.
The supply chain was not ready for that demand. Right. So the supply chain might be in place. It's not ready for that.
It's not optimized for this.
So suddenly bread starts becoming a very valued commodity, right? So now when you go to the supermarket or all the supermarkets, there's an extra 3 million people coming for that bread. What will the supermarket do? Say, hey, this is the new ticket out of this. Another 50 shillings on top of the loaf of bread. Oh, still there's more demand. Another 200 shillings on top of that loaf of bread. So that sudden demand is what causes it, can cause inflation.
Okay.
So you would scale it in. So again, it's not a financial problem that we have.
Okay.
Inflation is the relevant risk. Inflation is what you're trying not to have.
Okay. How would that preclude you then from inviting the idea of higher taxation?
I would not see why the government would want to increase taxation in a situation where they are printing the money that they would have then been collecting in taxes. Why would they need?
So by hiring, by the National Employment Guarantee, what you're doing is that you're hiring people who you're going to tax anyway.
Yes.
Right? And so they're paying these taxes, so you would not need to then bring about taxes. However, you're not hiring everybody in the country.
For me, actually, in the MMT lens that I wear, taxation is not even for raising revenue. It has its other purposes, but really, it's not for raising revenue.
Like what?
To me, it's an inflationary control. So at the back end, remember you did your pre-disbursement anti-inflation analysis before you went and printed and hired all these people, right? But on the back end, things only sometimes go a little wrong, isn't it? So if you see a little inflation happening, perhaps in the area of bread, you could then go and say to the bread factory, we're increasing taxes in that area. Why are you increasing taxes? So that you can have economic control. When you increase then the cost of bread, then what you're hoping to do is that the demand comes a little lower, because then you don't have too many people chasing after that bread. So to me, at the back end, taxes are more of a back end economic control. But all that doesn't have to happen at the beginning, right? This is in the full picture. This is if we were to go about this 3-4 years down the lane, there's enough advocacy, there's enough information getting out there. I'm talking about Kenya today.
Okay.
And these new taxes that are coming in today.
That's a good question. Now that you've grounded that, we're talking about Kenya today. Why do you think these new taxes are being introduced in Kenya today? For what purpose? Why? What do you think? All of them go through digitax, eco tax, motor vehicle insurance tax, money transfer tax, tax on bread, VAT on, what is it? There's VAT. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Why do you think those are being introduced today in Kenya?
The government has a huge hole. It's in deficit. Deficit in the sense of the loans we're paying, deficit in its own recurrent expenditure. So what is it doing? It's come up with a number of taxes so that it can fill that deficit. A lot of that money, according to me, will not be going to what they're saying it'll be going to. In the sense, if you're saying it's an eco-tax, will it be going into the environment, into the ecology? I don't think so. It'll be going to recurrent expenditure in one form or the other. It'll be going to paying back taxes in one form or the other. So they're doing this huge spread so that I get a little here, a little there, a little this, a little that, and then fill up the coffers. And then now the people to run the government. That's really where this is coming from. So it's that hole, that gap that they're trying to fill. And perhaps they're looking into the future, saying, we need to live out this 5-year term, and so we need to set things in motion so that 3-4 years from now, we're still having the right momentum. The government will not be able to collect that money because you and I will not be able to generate enough of that money in the economy. Factories are closing, jobs are being lost. Nation Media Group last week announced retrenchment. Last year it did another retrenchment. It's not going to happen.
The American economy that you quoted earlier on, when you look at the stock market crash of 29 is what led to that depression anyway. Remember, for that to have happened, it meant private entities and businesses, the country was awash with it. And that is the reason why one could actually sell stocks at the shocks. Well, the shock came
stock was sold too.
Yes, to the public. And that is why there could be a demand for it. But remember also, part of the problem that brought about that crash was speculation. The economy was doing swimmingly. 2019, 20, 2020. It was doing well, and people figured this is a good way of investing money.
Yes.
All right? Now, we are nowhere near where America was in 1921 or 1920. Because the growth that came about that led to that problem is what enabled what you're saying to actually make sense. Because if the economy already has investment, it already has factories, it already has commercial enterprise that are making money, when you say you're printing money, you know it's going to go. In our case, where does it go? Because if you have the few industries that we have threatening to close, some already closing.
Even without the printing, where does the money that is being collected,
that is generated,
taxes today?
Yes.
Why is there there's no clear path in terms of where it has gone? There continues to be issues today that we speak of money that has been borrowed, which should be constitutionally only for development, and you cannot trace a line clear from that money which was borrowed and the supposed development which is supposed to have happened. And so here we are imagining a situation whereby we can create more, right? Whereby you do not even know what is presently available, where it's going. And we're placing that responsibility on the same government to then be able to make sure, I will say, okay, actually, you know what? Any other behavior that had happened, let's put that aside, but we're going to print money and we're going to ensure that it's going to go into the same place. And I'm saying the atmosphere, unfortunately, is not prepped for that.
Our reality is an interesting one. Remember, this talk that you now have, we're not new to it. There are those who are speculative and those who suggest that we have printed money in the past. We did print money in the days of YK.
92.
Yes, that money was printed. If we had a reliable government, if we had a reliable parliament because of oversight, then the things you're saying have a chance of actually not just making sense but of actually working. But if money that have been borrowed, as Ndu has mentioned, for development doesn't go into the development for which is intended, and yet we are burdened with the tax, or rather with the debt that we must pay, and yet indeed if the money had gone to the development for which it was intended, the very thing you're saying would have happened. The economy would have had an injection of money that would have helped this process of growth. That didn't happen, and it didn't happen on very many occasions. It isn't a one-off.
So it's an expenditure issue.
Yes.
Not really a revenue and revenue raising issue. It's an expenditure issue. Would it be resolved the same way if we approached it? And so the government is seeking to raise revenue so that it can feed this monster of an expenditure. If you were to address it from an expenditure side and say, how much can we either reduce expenditure, how much can we manage this expenditure, would we need to go the route that you're saying?
Unfortunately or fortunately, we're relying on government data even to make these decisions and to make these arguments, right? So we know where the money should go, but that, the money is not necessarily going where it needed to have gone. So where we find ourselves is that we need to come up with creative solutions based on the information they're giving us. Whether the information is 100% correct, whether there are ghosts behind those stories. Unfortunately, that is where we are. So if they're the ones telling us that we do not have enough money and thereby we're coming after you in the form of taxes, then I'm responding back to them and saying, then why don't you use this method? And actually, to me, from where I'm seated, I would rather even they created that same amount and misused it the way we are supposing they're misusing it, because at least to some extent they've not taken my hard-earned money, which then I'm using to feed my children, take them to school. In a situation of money printing, money creation, if the money is stolen, whose money has been lost? Is it the taxpayers' money that has been lost? None. Nothing. It is not your money that has been lost. It is the money that is created that has been stolen, that has been lost. And what could that do as moving forward? Moving forward, it can cause inflation. Remember I said inflation then is the relevant risk. They could still steal it to in small doses, where it misappropriated in small doses to where we do not find it doesn't occasion inflation. That could happen.
Why don't governments do this?
So, maybe to your surprise, almost all the Western nations do this every single year.
To what percentage of their?
So when you hear Japan has the highest debt to GDP ratio, you've probably talked about it here. It's because Japan is creating its own currency. So this is how it works at the economic, at the financial level. They don't call it printing. They call it something called deficit funding. If you search deficit funding, there's lots of stories. So the government creates, the US government creates $1 million. Rather than saying we have invested that $1 million into the economy, they go to the Federal Reserve and say minus $1 million. That we owe as the government, we owe you, Federal Reserve.
We owe the Federal Reserve $1 million.
$1 million. But that money was not money the Federal Reserve had in reserve. That was money the Federal Reserve created. So when you hear Japan highest debt to GDP, it is because it's in their own currency. They have deficit funded, borrowed from their money creation capacity.
Is there a threshold? Is there a limit? Is there a maximum that if you go beyond this, then you're basically just blowing up your economy?
There's no one limit. It'll depend on each economy and its uniqueness, its peculiarities. There's no particular figure. Right? And so even every year on year, the figure created might not be the same.
Why are African countries not doing it?
So here we are advocating for it. It's a knowledge issue. The Bible says people perish for lack of knowledge.
Are you saying that it's because they don't know? all the finance ministers and central bank governors of Africa do not know that this is happening elsewhere?
I'm not sure. I actually believe the CBK people know. But the politicians who create the policies do not know.
So where can the CBK people tell them?
So as it is, just even to make this a little more interesting, we actually do this in something called CBK, what is it called? When the bank give overdraft.
Yeah.
So when you go to the Kenyan CBK Treasury analysis, you'll see overdraft. The overdraft the current CBK gives to the Kenyan government is creation. But it has a limit up to 5%, but Kenya government has to pay it back. So already there's a little space. So actually for me, that would be the space I expand on.
Okay.
If we need to.
Tony Mwiti has been our guest, Director Clark Hampton, and a member of the Modern Monetary Forum. Is a global forum of economists who are advocating for structured money printing. 9 a.m. news time.
2 million will today know whether they'll be granted bail or detained for another 2 weeks. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations on Friday asked a Nairobi magistrate court to allow detectives to detain the suspects for 14 days pending the conclusion of investigations. The suspects are Sergeant Anthony Ndegwe, Corporal Daniel Sunkuli, Constable Simon Masharia and Constable Anthony Wenda, all police officers charged to Kasarani Police Station. They are facing 3 counts of stealing from a locked motor vehicle, conspiracy to commit a felony and handling stolen property. And the story of Muga is still not over as Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has welcomed public participation to deliberate on the banning of Muga in the county. Speaking during a church service in Machakos, she noted that the stimulant has proven to be a menace in society as many youth have been severely affected. Governor Wavinya's call lies on the backdrop of a nationwide intent to permanently stop the sale and consumption of Muga, which has been associated with the collapse of societies.
Na mimi nakuja kuweka public participation ya Muga because I cannot ban Muga on my own. Lazima tufanye public participation na nyinyi tukubaliane, muniambie vile mnataka, kwa sababu hizi drugs zimeharibu watoto wetu sana. Kanisa munisaidie. You know, if every church can talk to the youth, we will make a difference. Increase crimes. Watoto kuingia kwa crime. Ukienda kwa majela unakuta wengi ni watoto wadogo. It doesn't make sense. And that is why I'm coming up with something like Machakos Youth Service. Wote niwapeleke hapo. Hata wale wanakula Muga na wafungia hapo. Miezi 3 ikiisha Muga itakuwa imeisha kwa mwili, si ndio?
And in Nyeri County, the Governor Mutahi Kahiga has joined a section of Kenyans who've declared outright opposition to the Finance Bill 2024. The bill proposes a raft of taxes that seeks to foot the 2024-2025 budget of President William Ruto's administration. Addressing a church service in Nyeri, Mutahi said Kenyans are not in support of the bill, further asking the members of parliament to shoot it down. Kahiga challenged the MPs to reject the bill, saying that it is what Kenyans want. This event comes as the last public participation by the Finance Committee, who's been listening to various stakeholders, will be held today at the KICC as they close that chapter in order to start the preparation of a report.
Hao watu wasiwadanganye. Hiyo finance bill mnaongea ati mtaongeza tax. Hawa mnaona hawa. Wasiwadanganye na msidanganye. Finance bill chini. Kwa nini sasa mnataka haya magari na hamkununulia mtu muanze kuchukua pesa? Alafu mnatuambia tusinyamaze, tusiseme nini? We will speak.
The family in the Kangemi area has called on the government to help them locate their 24-year-old son, whom they fear may have been washed away by floods last month. According to his father, Charles Lusaka, their son's Emmanuel Muranga's disappearance still remains a mystery, although they suspect he was affected by the floods that were in the country last month.
That day, mvua ilinyesha mingi, so wakaunga ndani ya maji, but the story that is on the ground, walikuwa wako na uchokozani na wengine, so wakamrusha ndani ya maji, na wale walimrusha ndani ya maji nao wametoroka, hawako karibu na hawakujulikana kwa sababu ilikuwa usiku.
Charles adds that he doesn't have money to pay private divers to assist in locating his son's body.
tulikuwa kwa MP wa area hiyo, who is my MP. Wenyewe tukapatana na manager wake ambaye simjui jina, akatutuma kwa councillor. So kufika kwa councillor akasema councillor hakuwa manager wake, ndio tulipata. Akasema anything ambayo itakuja hapa atatuelezea. So we communicate, but so far nothing has happened.
And in the international scene, Haiti's new interim Prime Minister Gary Conille has finally been discharged after being hospitalized for an unspecified illness. He was discharged from a hospital after spending the night being treated. In a video published on YouTube, Conille said he felt well and was ready to continue to help steer the country out of its current security crisis. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM.
Okay, so still in traffic hour this morning, still pretty heavy here and there on Uhuru highways. Now everybody's coming into Uhuru Highway from Langata Road on this side, Lusaka on the other, Valley Road on this side, Haile Selassie on the other, then getting out towards Chiromo on this side, coming in from Arboretum, and then Westlands on the other. So Uhuru Highway pretty busy in and outbound traffic. Muranga Road was very busy from very early this morning and is still giving bumper to bumper traffic through towards the roundabout. It's also busy still coming out of out of Lavington and then getting towards the Red Hill Link Road. So that part of the city still continues with quite some traffic this morning. Keeping an eye on things, let's know what's going on in your neck of the woods. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay. On to the final hour of the Situation Room today, 8 minutes after 9. How are you doing? Are you ready for the, what day is it going to be? 17th?
17th of June.
What happens?
Gigi, right? It's a new program that's coming in on Showmax, showmax.com, www.showmax.com. So you wonder, what is it all about? Well, what it is, it's a new show, and it talks about the life of 4 young girls who have said, you know what, this life, very hard. What are we going to do because we must survive? Oh, they decided to get on the wrong side of the streets, and this show now, talks about their life and the different things that they did, who they ran into, how they got into the life of crime, etc., etc. It follows the story of a girl called Jules and her 3 gang members, and essentially what they did. It's great programming, and it's on Showmax. This and other fantastic programming on Africa's upgraded streaming platform. All of this is in HD. It's for as little as 300 shillings a month, and you need to just get onto your Google App Store, your Apple Play apps. I keep doing the things like that.
Just say
the App Store or Play Store. Bas. Get on one of 2 of those and download the app, and then you can get into your streaming for Showmax.
Very good.
Shika Showmax.
Make sure you do that. City, the 30th of June is the deadline for, it's the end of the financial year, number 1. Number 2 is the deadline for the tax amnesty by KRA.
Yes, it is. What KRA is saying, amnesties, we will forgive you. You didn't pay certain taxes, and as a result of that, what we did, we decided to charge you penalties and we charge you interest. Now, the amnesty means we will now remove those things. Deadline, of course, is the 30th of June, but we will remove them. But in order for us to do that, you need to come and talk to us.
You have to apply.
Yes,
you don't automatically qualify for it.
Yes, don't think that just because you're a Kenyan citizen and you owe money, you'll be forgiven. You must play your part. You must apply. And when you've applied, yes, we will. The amnesty will be put into effect. However, the principal has to be paid. But what we're saying is, KRA says, we have a mandate and we are your partners in progress. We will allow you to pay in a language that Kenyans understand. It's called installments. You pay in little bits. You don't have to pay it all at once. Deadline 30th of June 2024.
Very good.
Yes.
Make sure you take advantage of that. Kenya's population, according to every 10 years, we have a population census, right?
We do.
Go enumerate, count people. In 2019, we did that.
We did.
And we were told we how many million?
55.
No, at that point we were 49, right?
Oh, then when the last one was done.
Yes. And then we also told
into the future
that our population is growing at a rate of about 1 million newborn children in this country every year. 1 million children every year or thereabouts. Okay? Now that means it's been 5 years. How many then are we now?
So 54 million.
Bas, there. Okay? Many of these people, so already we have 5 million children under 5. That means we go, imagine if you just go back 10 years, we have 10 million children who are 10 and below. Hey, my friend. So our population is just young. What's our future looking like in terms of all these young people? They need what? They need school. They need what? They need job opportunities. They need what? They will need houses. They will need what? They'll need all those things. What are we doing with this young population? They'll need jobs, of course, so they can pay rent and pay all the other services. And that's why there needs to be a policy on what you do with your population every so often. There's a new one, Sessional Paper number 1 of 2023. And that's why, for now, we're going to have the next conversation about this demographic that we have. What is Kenya planning to do with its demographic? Can it actually take advantage of the young population that it has and draw a dividend out of it? That's what it's called the demographic dividend. Dr. Mohammed Sheikh is the Director General of the National Council for Population and Development. Did you know that such a thing exists? Many don't. She's here to tell us why they're here. Bernard Onyango is a Senior Research and Policy Analyst at AFIDEP. He'll also tell us what that is. Good morning, Dr. Mohammed and Bernard. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
We call this the hot seats of the Situation Room. But we welcome you with several things. One, you'll hear the proverb from CT. But before CT gives you the proverb, we'll tell you about nyama. You are Kenyans. The basic assumption is, number one, you eat meat. Now, you may have been told by a doctor not to eat meat, but at least you know somebody who eats meat.
At least you ate meat before you were told
at least you ate meat, right? Now, you know Kenchik. It's a Kenyan company. They are very good with chicken. They have also decided to become very good with beef. And so they've formed Ken Beef by Kenchik. And next time you're thinking sausages, you're thinking burgers, you're thinking mincemeat, you're thinking boerewors. What else?
Burger parties.
Burger parties. All those. When you're thinking those things and you're sending somebody or you're going yourself to the next retail shop, look for canned beef by Kenchick and try it. One thing at least you're guaranteed of is quality and safety. One of the things that you want to make sure as you're dealing with your population is that your population is not being killed by eating poisonous stuff. So food safety is a big thing. And it was World Food Safety Day last week on Friday. And Kenchick are very good with safety. They have understood the processes and making sure that food is handled very well from the moment a calf is born to the moment the cow is slaughtered to the moment the meat gets to your plate. Right? Try that one. Siti, give our guest the day's proverb. And this week the proverbs are from
the Republic of Zambia.
All right.
Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word.
Jump over a log, but not over a neighbor's word. Dr. Sheikh, how do you interpret this proverb?
Oh, wow. It's a tough one. But I like the beef, the canned beef
by
and the canned chicken. I was also looking for the canned camel.
Next. Talk to them.
Good thing. Yes.
So now this one is jump from a log, isn't it? Or the log.
Don't jump over
a log.
Jump over a log.
Log, yes.
But by all means,
not
but not over a neighbor's word.
I think this one probably is something related with advice. That you can do once you are advised or you are given, certain advice by your neighbor or your friend. I think it's always good to be cautious. You can do other things, you can jump from or whatever, I think. But that advice is, I think, the focus of your proverb. Yeah.
It is.
Don't ignore it. Bernard, what's your interpretation?
I align. Yeah, I just think, yes, you can, be cautious, especially, your neighbor really probably knows some interesting things you don't want to take for granted. Therefore, you need to take your neighbor seriously. Yeah.
Never ignore your neighbor's advice. Okay, that's a good one. So, Dr. Sheikh, what is the National Council for Population Development?
So thank you very much and good morning. The National Council for Population and Development is a state agency or a parastatal under the National Treasury and Economic Planning. This institution that was created or that was established in 1982. We just celebrated last year 40th anniversary. In 1982, what was happening in Kenya had one of the most rapid population growth in Africa. And there was a concern at that time that the world will be experiencing what we call population explosion and other matters. So this institution was created to advise the government on population growth. Our aim is to link our population growth with our economic growth, that our population, if it's growing rapidly, also we must grow our economic rapidly. So the objective of this institution is, one, is to analyze, research, and advise the government on population matter, advocate for population issues, especially for family planning and reproductive health, identify key population issues that which the government is not giving priority, and do research and advisory papers on those population issues and advise the government again. Again, also the role of this institution is to coordinate programs of population and management across the country, whether it be the county or partners, so it's also to coordinate. And I think lastly is public education. And public education, I mean, this institution is supposed to, one, to educate the policymakers, give them evidence for purpose of planning, and also talk to the citizen or the wananchi on issues that affect them. So, for instance, right now, as a country, the issues that we identified is issues to do with teenage pregnancy as a council. Initially, we used to focus on family planning, but right now our focus sometimes, it changes on the key challenges that's affecting our population. For instance, teenage pregnancy is that every year in this country, more than 300,000 girls below the age of 18 years get pregnant. And mostly it's a mismatch or mistimed or unwanted pregnancy. So 300,000 is a loss. You just say that every year we add 1 million people or children. But even if 300 of them are dropping out of school because of pregnancy, it is something that will be catastrophic to our economic growth. So what we are saying is that our girls must finish their education, must harness their full potential, and the only way to do is to not them to get pregnant and have a preventive measures, especially keeping them in the school at that early age. So this institution is mostly an institution that links our population growth with our economic growth and looks at factors that affect the population, and then how can we match our population growth with our economic growth. So generally this is an institution that was established that time, and our focus and our mandate still remains the same.
Is there a deeper definition of population rather than just the numbers, the number of people in a country population? Is there deeper?
So very nice question. So sometimes people just look at the number. The number is very important, but what is very important is what is within that number. What we discuss, what we talk about is about population size. That's the most important thing. But then you have to look at the population age, the population structure, the movement of that population. Because once you understand that, what we call those population dynamics, then you can plan for that population. Because the need of a child who is age 5 years and the need of an elderly man who is about 65 years is totally different. So a young man who is 30 years, a child who is 5 years, their need and their requirement is totally different. So for you to plan for them, you must understand their age, their size, where they are, their density. So those factors are very important. I'll again look at their dependence ratio, their density. All those three factors are very important. So the number is important, but what's important is also what is within that number. Numbers.
Is that what they call demographics?
Demographic, I think Dr. Bennett will explain better, but the demographic is a study of the population or the numbers. So the key things that, those numbers that within the population. So demographic is a study, but I think what you wanted to mention is the demographic dividend, probably. But I think Dr. will explain very well. He's a demographer. I'm a medical doctor, although I have done a lot of demography, but he can put more that one in a very better perspective than me.
Yeah. So I think, like he says, the demography, when you're thinking about it, is a study of the population. And so you're looking at the different, what are the different aspects that actually a couple of aspects, as you say. One is the population age structure. So, age and structure. There's, but, for you to have a population first, right, there are three things. Someone has to get born, so there's fertility, okay? At some point, you die, okay? So, mortality. And then there's the mobility or migration. So those are the three main aspects that that form, or at least they form the basis for population studies. So, but of demography, the study of demography has been extended because that's why you hear about population studies, to also look at these other socio-economic aspects that interact with population.
So we then now have a policy on population, and it's not the first time. We have policies, we keep reviewing them. Is there a policy on how often a policy should be reviewed?
I think generally there are guidelines on policies. So policies are long term, so either 5 years to 10 years. Because within the policy, after policy, you develop either strategies, and the strategies are shorter than policy because they input into the policy. So for Kenya, our population policy, we just took an interval of 10 years because after every 10 years we do census. So once we do the census, then we get new data, and then with that new data, then we can plan for our population. That's why we do our policies after every 10 years, because it follows the census. So the last census was done 2019. This population policy that we have launched just recently just started immediately, but the process is very long. It requires a lot of public participation, approval by the parliament, the cabinet, a leaders conference. So the process takes a long period, and that's why 10 years is is what we have given ourselves because of our government and our planning mechanisms. And
There's certain elements that you mentioned when you talk about a growing population, and with a growing population, there's obviously a greater demand on certain things that are necessary to fend for them. Is it a challenge for Kenya's population as it is? Since the last census, odd 5 million people have been added to that number. Till the next one, another 5 million will be added. Is that a challenge, or are things progressing as they should?
So from our perspective, or from where we sit, Kenya, compared to other African countries, what we look at is the intercensural growth of the population, the growth between one census to the next. When we were in 1982, our intercensural growth was around 3.3%. Right now, our intercensural growth is 2.2. So in terms of population growth as a country, we are on target. At least our population growth is not as rapid as it was those days. So it has come down. But then what you need to do is, are we matching that population growth with the resources? Because if you look at our Vision 2013, we gave ourselves an intercensural growth of a target of 2.2 with an economic growth of 10%. We have never reached 10% economic growth. Because what happens is that once you have a population growth of 3%, you multiply by 3. So your economic growth must be 3 times more than your population growth. So we have never reached that level, or that what you call target of our economic growth. Our economic growth is rare. I think the latest was 5.7%.
So we average about 5.
Around 5 there.
Okay.
So at least then what it means,
we are doing double.
At least they're somewhere there, but it means there is a population that is always in there, that is falling, off the crack, that they're not getting, to the level, the quality that we wanted, that they are poorer, that they are not getting the necessary resources, they are not getting the necessary services. So what we need to do is, how can we triple or even do more in our economic growth? So that's what we have to do for us to match this population growth. But comparing ourselves with African countries, we're almost there, we are doing well. But we're not really, compared to other parts of the world, we are not.
So how badly must the other African countries be doing? If we're doing this badly and we're considered to be doing well?
Just compare yourself. If you travel across this country, we just know Kenya, our roads look like, how our airports look like, and go and visit other African countries. Then you will really appreciate where we are.
Actually, I think that is where the problem is, because we look at big infrastructural development and we assume that is the sum total of how well we're doing. And yet the sum total of how well we're doing should be the lowest common denominator.
I agree with you.
The individual who needs most help and how that help is made available.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you. But, we look at very many parameters in terms of demography. We look at our population growth. We look at our fertility. We look at our maternal mortality, child mortality, our stunting level for our purpose of human capital. All those figures, when you look at, they are coming down. They are reducing some of those factors. But then is the target we have set, we have not achieved. Like maternal mortality, we're supposed to be by now by less than 100,000 per 100,000 maternal, live births. But we are not there. Child mortality is still high. But when you look at in terms of progress, we have made good progress, but not as we expected. If you look at stunting, we are around 19% of our children aged below 5 years stunted. Stunting is, a child who is not achieving, the right milestones. That's a child who will not achieve his potential when he grows, because he's not neurologically or what you call mentally. At least he's a bit handicapped. So look at those things. Then we can say, compared to other countries, we have progressed very well. But then we are not there, because we are not comparing ourselves. You have to compare yourself with others who are doing very well. Yeah?
You compare yourself with the best. Bernard, so what are these factors that then affect these things that Dr. Sheikh is talking about? When you talk about infant mortality, when you talk about that stunted growth and the development of this population, why is it that we are not getting to where we wanted to get to? What is hampering us?
Okay. First, let me just start by giving a picture. I think she asked about how many people are we at. When we talk about he's made a good point that population growth rate has come down to about 2.3, the last census, in the census period. When your population is growing by 2%, okay, it means you are going to double that population within 30 years. So wrap your head around that. You're going to double your population within 30 years. So today,
2054, we will be 90 million.
Actually, the UN projections show that we'll be around, by 2050, we should be hitting about 85 million people. And our neighbors in Uganda, for example, will be, as I was telling you, if you compare the fertility rates, our neighbors will be over 100 million. East Africa region will be talking about will be well over 300 million people. Wow. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. That's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. So, I think that the thing about it is, and why the census is very important, and the population policy, really the aspect about planning, development planning, we can't do without really thinking about this. People we think short term, but then in 20 years, right now we are grappling with the issue around capacities in school. Can we take in all the kids? Do you have the infrastructure to do that? We can't do that without thinking about these numbers. Okay, we can't plan. I think we have the new policy, the health, the SHIP, is it? We can't plan for that effectively if we are not thinking about these numbers going forward. Yeah. So you say, why are we not getting?
Why is everything not growing in tandem? Our population rising, then everything else also improving at the same rate.
Yes.
Or better.
So one, to say, first we have to recognize things are they're moving in the right direction, but not fast enough. Okay. So whether it's on issues of mortality, child mortality, maternal mortality, if you look at the last 10, 15 years, the progress has been steadily positive, but not fast enough. I think part of this challenge, if you look at on population growth itself, there are many factors. People talk about, when some of us talk about population, people immediately think about, family planning, and, family planning is an issue that at times has become contentious. But if you look at, for example, the use of modern methods of family planning, that has also been improving. But you have what we call unmet need. That just to show you one of the problems. You have like about 18% unmet need. What does that mean? 18% of women in reproductive ages who would like to either, they want to wait, maybe because they are still too young to start having kids, or there's someone who has started childbirth but wants to postpone, say, the next birth.
Yeah.
Or someone who has said, okay, I've had the number of children I want to stop. Okay. So 18% of people who were surveyed, who were asked this question, said, yes, I would like to do these things. I'd like to use family planning, but I'm not using. You see? So the question becomes, why are they not using? Why are they not using? Some of them are not using because they don't have the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge of where to get, for example, the effective methods of family planning. Some of them are not using because those family planning, the contraceptives, are not available. Some are not using because the range, the contraceptives, you have a wide range, and some people do well with some types and not other types, but maybe we have a limited array of that. And there are these differences, the usual differences. We know that access in rural areas has always been a challenge compared to urban areas. But you come to urban areas, you have the urban poor. So there are those kind of challenges. What are the challenges? We have some of them. It just comes down to the issue of education. You look at fertility levels over time, and all that trend is always that the more educated are choosing to have smaller families. Maybe because they have the means to make that happen, or maybe because they have the knowledge for that. But it's there. So there are those differences. You start looking at, we say we are making progress as a country. You start looking at, you go down into our counties, and you realize that Kenya, it's very diverse. The outcomes are very diverse. There are places where fertility levels are almost similar to the global average, and then we have counties traditionally from the marginalized areas where the fertility levels are where Kenya was in 1978 when we were noted as the
most fertile country on earth.
Exactly. So there are a myriad of issues.
Let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation shortly. It's 25 minutes to 10. Today we are talking about population and whether Kenya is well primed to take advantage of its population dividend. Dr. Mohammed Sheikh is the Director General of the National Council for Population and Development. He's joined by Senior Research Policy and Policy Analyst Bernard Onyango. There's a new policy on Kenya's population. It's called Session Paper Number 1 of 2023. That's what we're discussing. What does it say? Where does it position us going forward?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Below, you markati kadikta. You know this character called a liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 16 degrees, highs of 22 and lows of 13, and we'll see highs of 24. In a sunny Nakuru at 19, 22 will be the high in Nyeri where it's cloudy at 17, and at 17 it's sunny in Eldoret with highs of 23. It's partly sunny at 27 in Mombasa, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a mostly sunny Malindi at 28. It's 24 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 28, while in Kakamega at 22 it's mostly sunny with highs of 28 as well. Sunny at 25 in Kampala with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam at 25 will go to highs of 31. Into Johannesburg, where it is 7 and sunny with highs of 16. Mogadishu at 29, sunny through to highs of 31, while Addis Ababa will see highs of 24 and lows of 12. Lagos is partly sunny at 27 with highs of 31, while Kinshasa at 23 is sunny with highs of 31. Monday afternoon at 35 degrees in a sunny Beijing, going to highs of 36, while Paris is sunny at 14. London still raining at 12. Sunday night in New York is 19. Coming to Monday, highs of 24 and lows of 15.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Coming out of traffic hour in no time, as Monday morning has been a busy one. Traffic seems to have reduced significantly coming off the Thika Superhighway as well as on Kiambu Road, but we'll still see some bumper-to-bumper traffic from Survey through towards Pangani and then through towards the underpass. Also looking a lot better on Limuru Road and coming off of Ngong Road this morning. We're dealing with the last parts of it as per traffic. Let's keep an eye through the morning on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, our conversation continues with Dr. Mohammed Sheikh from the National Council for Population and Development and Bernard Onyango, Senior Research and Policy Analyst at AFIDEP. It is about population growth. City, you had a question you wanted to ask before you took the break.
When we talk about population growth and we talk about the need to be able to provide for this population, are we saying we don't know how this should be done?
We know. We know. And that's why population policy is very important, because one thing we need to understand is that our population is our resource number one.
It is.
So for us to utilize that resource appropriately, we must understand our population. And what we need to understand is what are the key factors or demographic factors of our population. Number one, what is the size? That one I've talked about it. What is the education level? What is the skill? What is the age? Currently, as we speak, as a nation, if we look at our population when we got independence in 1963, our population was around 8.9 or 8.6 there. Today we're talking about 54. We have multiplied by 5. But when you look at our population at that time, and even up to the 80s and the 90s and even up to 2000 something, our population was more of a child-based population. There were more children than compared to the working age cohorts. So then there was a high dependency ratio that the children, because they depend on their parents or they depend on the few working population, there was high dependency ratio, and it's because that was coming from the child-based population. As we speak today, when we got independence, our population with that 8.9, our elderly population was around 200,000. Today, as we speak, our elderly who are above 65 years are more than 5 million, at least around 6 million. Just almost as the population we had when we were getting independence. That's the number of elderly persons that we have in this country today. So what we need to do is to understand this population in terms of their need, because the need of an elderly person who is 70 years is totally different from the need of a child, and it's totally different from a person who is 30 years. And then in between there is this what we call now the youth bulge that's happening in this country. 75% of our population are below the age of 35 years. 75%. A huge chunk of them are youth, around 13 million are below the, I think between 15 to around 34, a huge population. So we are in a situation where many times we compare ourselves with countries like the Asia, and we look at what we call the miracle. What have they done in a short period? The Asian countries, they did what we called accelerated economic development in a short period. What did they do? They did heavy lifting. Because that time when you have that youth, it's just like me and you. You know, we start from a childhood. There's that movement until you become 60, 70, and then even population itself, it moves like that. There's a cohort. One time Kenya will reach where the numbers of elderly person, maybe more than even, will be.
This 75% will be old.
Will be old. We'll reach that level. But when we reach that level or that day, like right now Japan, the average age of Japan today is 49. Well, the average age of Kenya today is around 19, 20 years. So one time we will reach there. But by the time we reach there, are we rich enough to sustain our population? Because we are not producing as young when we were young. So what we need to do right now is like a helicopter, or a plane. When the plane is taking off, it uses a lot of compassion. It uses a lot of energy when it's taking off. So this country is at that stage where it's taking off. And this is what we need to do right now, is to do what we call heavy lifting.
What does that entail?
Heavy lifting means investing in our youth in terms of their education, their health, governance, and their skills, and creating jobs for them that matches their skill. We need to be a nation that is producing more than it is consuming. And we need to save as a nation. This is the right time to do it. And this is what we call the demographic window. It may happen. Kenya is just entering that demographic window, and that demographic window is an opportunity that will last for, let's say, 50 years. By the time we are there, by 2100, Kenya population will be totally changing. It will be more. It will be like what's happening right now in Europe and Asia. It will be that kind of status. There are countries in Latin America who do not utilize the demographic window. Those countries today, they have an aged population, but again, they are also poor.
Yeah.
They are aged, but
they're poor.
So as a country, we are that. When we are taking off, what we need to do is do a bit of what can I call a bit of heavy lifting. Make sure that our youths are engaged in a very productive manner, and they maximize their potential. This is the time to build roads. This is the time to save, and this is the time to do all those things. So that this we can say we are like South Korea, we are like Malaysia, Singapore, which we talk about all the time.
Dr. Sheikh, you know, it sounds like it's an obvious thing. Like, you know, you're looking at it and everybody has been talking about this population badge. Africa has a population badge. And so this is a time to take advantage of this window, because the window will one day close. Is it that obvious, Bernard? Is it that obvious to everybody? Like, is then the policy giving us the obvious things? Is it telling us, okay, so this is what you need to do? Is it so obvious?
So the policy is, you know, gives you, it's like the policy is a guideline. Okay. But I think the question you ask, is it obvious? And that city asks, I think there's the sort of the challenge we usually have. I know Dr. Sheikh said when he asked the question, we know what to do. But I think actually it's a bit more nuanced than that. There are people who know what needs to be done, okay, and then there are also the people who need to do it. So the question, I mean, I just shared some numbers with you today about where this population will be in another 30, 40 years, and I'm sure that's something you probably, you know, you're not demographers or people in this space, so you're like, oh wow, you're going to double this population. As we are talking now, we think we are a big number of people, and it's still going to. So think about it. In Kenya today, we are implementation is happening at county level.
Yep.
Okay. And our people at Treasury, at planning, are using this data at National Treasury Planning, of course, when they're doing all this. The question is, do all the people who are making those decisions at the different levels also understand the same issues? I think that's where at times we have a disconnect. And actually, and I didn't actually introduce what I do, the AFIDEP, the African Institute for Development Policy. Our mandate really is to, we met this case that there's a lot of research out there, but it's not necessarily being effectively used. So one of the things we try to do as AFIDEP actually is we say we want to make evidence matter for decision making. And therefore we have this agenda around evidence-informed decision making, where you need to work with the different stakeholders. They need to understand the data. What are the implications of this data? When we say that we are going to have, for example, free secondary education, how many schools do we need in that county to actually absorb those numbers? And for example, I'll give you another. I told you about these differences in fertility levels in counties. So there are counties where probably they should be thinking about, when you're building schools, maybe there are some counties which should not be thinking about building too many primary schools because they may not. And we've seen this happening in other parts of the world, where as that age structure changes, so you have fewer people. So you won't have the same demand at primary school level as you had 30 years ago. So don't waste too much resources on that. Look at where the people will be. Maybe they'll be at secondary, or maybe now you need, to have people at tertiary level. I'll give another example about. He's talked about what we've seen in the Koreas of this world. But if you look at sub-Saharan Africa today, Southern Africa is one of those countries where we say they're farther along the demographic transition. Their age structure is now at a level where they should be really leveraging this demographic dividend. Right. They have a lot more young people than they actually have children. But the big challenge, and you can see how this is affecting, for example, the ANC, is because you have all these young people, but they don't have jobs. They're jobless. So the unemployment rate in that age group, the 20s, early 30s in South Africa, is closer to 50%. So they're disillusioned. They're disillusioned, but also it means that your dependency, while you thought that the dependency burden should be going down because you're having fewer children under 15, actually the dependency is still actually probably increasing, because up to age 30 people are saying living with their parents, they don't have jobs, you have to take care of them.
Some of them will have their own families and they're still living with their parents.
So those are, I think it's about making some of these data evidence more visible and working with the stakeholders to actually, these decisions, we make our decisions based on evidence.
And I think that's the question, Dr. Do we actually make decisions based on evidence and data that has been provided? Because that fantastic example that you gave about constructing of schools, in the next 5 to 10, 15, 20 years, are you building more primary schools, or are you focusing on building more secondary schools within your counties? And this is something that you should do based on the data that has already, we have an entire department for this information, but are we actually using that then to decide what will be done in the future? And I dare say that we're not. And it's not just in that sector. There are very many sectors where the data that is being collected painstakingly every day is actually not being used for the development in different sectors and different areas. And for me, that's where we need to get to first, whereby decisions that are being taken, money that is being spent, is done based on the data that's being collected. If not,
I want to dovetail on what Ndu is saying by asking the question, and that is to both of you. If indeed data such as what we have here in summary is actually used in the manner that it should, what should we see?
So, I think what I'll start with her question. Or her assertion that it is not used, and I'd say that no, it is used, but maybe not to the not as effectively as it can be done much better. Okay, it can be done much better, and there are places where there are data gaps. Okay, there are places where there are data gaps where we need, for example, we are talking about education and skills. We say there's a skills mismatch, but more often than not, what the data we have around education have not focused before on actually, it's now people are now doing it a bit more, but the quality of education. We used to look at participation, enrollment. Very easy to actually measure, but now it's a quality, the outcome. So those are the areas we need to go to. Then at the second bit is again, I'll give an example of the counties. When we talk about data, we have, for example, census data, which is done once every 10 years. We have other surveys, which may be important surveys. They're done after 5 years. But what about the date? Actually, the most important data is the day-to-day administrative data. But the people who are at this level, have we built their capacity to understand how important that data is that is being collected at sub-county level, for example?
Have we?
No, so those are the gaps. So those are the that's what I'm saying. So we have gaps. So we need to strengthen that. Have an evidence agenda that where we really strengthen, one, not just the capacity, but for people to understand that it's important. It is important. Why is it important?
There's something that happened in this country a while back. I'm building on what I asked. And there was this thirst and quest to make every institution that we had a university. Was that evidence based? Did someone understand
it was demand driven?
It was demand driven. That is a good thing, but what sort of demand? Because we now have this push now for TVETs. We had TVETs. Many of them were turned into universities. What was the evidence that we're using then? And because we collect data, we have information, the information to drive those decisions was there. But was that what drove those decisions to where we sort of like moved forward, backpedaled, and then now we're trying to move forward again? That's really what I'm asking when I ask what should it look like.
So I think the question you ask whether we are using evidence to implement our programs, I can tell confidently that we are using evidence to implement our programs. I'll just give you one program. The vaccination program in this country, which is a very successful program. As you said, more than around there, 1.4, 1.3 children are born every year in this country. With that number, if you ask today in this country, as much as sometimes we have challenges, every year we procure more than 1.6 BCG, just one. I'm just giving you around more than 13 vaccine types. But we procure 1.6 million and even more vaccines for those children, projected for the number of years to come. So in terms of planning, I know we may not be there, but at least we use our population data to plan. Because what we are providing is services to our citizens. And I can tell you that one confidently we are doing. But we are in a political country, so sometimes there's the ideal and the reality. So sometimes what the technical crowd gives sometimes may change. So the issue is to do with TVET. I think, as you said, it was demand-driven. Those things, I think people were looking at, having degrees and those things. But I think where we are in terms of our population, what we require more is hands-on, skills, which are,
Did we need that less then and more now? Or, because if you're talking and saying that it was demand-driven, yes, I understand the concept, but are we saying that the needs we have now were far different from what we had then?
Because the things have changed at the moment. What has changed is that time, at least when you finish a university, you could get a job. But right now, many of the graduates are there and they cannot get a job. So they've realized that degree is not what they need. They need more of artisan skills.
I guess that is evidence of things happening in the market without the proper guidance from government and implementers of policy. Because it was the market that was forcing the youth to look for the university degree, because the market was now getting to a point where everybody is at the same level, and so you're adding an extra layer for your recruitment. And so you're saying a degree is an added advantage. So people now want to get the degree so they can get the job. And then you realize, okay, so that one is still not master's added advantage. So you still realize you're not getting the jobs. So now turning back into even these guys that we've hired with masters and all, they are not actually doing the things that we expect them to do. I see a gap here in government, and government not having invested properly into the TVET so they can address the market, or investing in communication between the market and what skills we're putting out there, whether they're actually meeting the skills. Just like you said, a mismatch of skill versus the needs of the country now and into the future.
You see, our brothers here represent a very vital component in our government, meaning population, again, the demographics. For planning, we knew we could see the trajectory of our population.
Yep.
So the planning with this trajectory in mind, at some point we were going to reach a saturation point for requiring all these number of university graduates.
Yep.
And we were still going to need to build houses, we're still going to do plumbing, we're still going to need to do carpentry. We didn't need less of it, we're going to need more of it because our population kept increasing. You see, for me, I see a contradiction. There is evidence, yes, but I see it not being utilized.
That's the point.
So the point here, the
political side of government.
Yes, I think I think when you say it's not just about government. It's about stakeholders, right? It's bigger than government, and this is what we call. I mean, this is the political economy of decision making. Look at the TVETs we are talking about now.
Yeah.
So the experts have said, okay, we need these skills, we need TVETs. And then actually probably very good policy, then it goes out there. And then you have what happens once it gets, so the government puts in money, and people all of a sudden at the constituency level, people realize, this brick and mortar. So very good to have a TVET institution everywhere. But the question is, do we have faculty for all those TVETs? More importantly, have we changed the mindsets of families so that they'll be happy to see their children get the technical certificate in a TVET?
Yep.
To become a plumber versus getting the BA at the university. So I think it's not just government, and it's also when you talk about, as I said, I think the evidence is being used in making decisions, maybe not as effectively and efficiently as we would want, and that is part of what we collectively should be doing to make sure that this becomes, it's taken more seriously at all levels. And so even the people, even journalists, by the way, you have to take this seriously when you're shaping the discourse.
And that's what we're doing here. Thank you very much for joining us both. Time is up. It's a minute after 10. Bernard Onyango is a senior research and policy analyst at AFIDEP, and Dr. Mohammed Sheikh is the Director General of the National Council for Population and Development. You can get your hands on this new policy and see what it says, so we can all, like Dr. Onyango is saying, we can all participate in decision making at whatever level. Tune in tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll be here, but enjoy the rest of the shows.